references documents, for example, the ERN numbers, the parties are advised to say the numbers slowly and surely so that the interpreters can catch up with what being said. The Chamber hopes that the parties will do their best to make sure that we can proceed expeditiously and clearly. Next, we would like to give the floor to Judge Sylvia Cartwright to proceed with further questionings to the accused concerning the armed conflict topic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kang Gek U, yesterday during a lengthy series of questions, you indicated that although you now accept that there was armed conflict between Vietnam and Democratic Cambodia for the whole of the time period from 17 April 1975 to 6 January 1979, that your knowledge of that conflict was limited before the 6th of January 1978. Is that correct?
The accused, from the 17th of April 1975 until the 6th of January 1976. I remember that there were Vietnamese people who entered as 21. First, the immigrants, the Vietnamese immigrants who had lived in Cambodia for a long time ago because they were violating the administrative matters at that area. And number two, the Vietnamese civilians who were sent to S21, and also the who were arrested by the Democratic Cambodia's troops and sent to S21. Number three, personally, I did not see those prisoner of wars with my own eyes. I remember that the Vietnamese soldiers entered S21 in a very few numbers before the 6th of January 1978. This is what I can recollect. The time period can be divided into two, especially when it comes to the prisoner of wars and the Vietnamese civilians. First, I made people interrogate them, and it was agreed by the superior to interrogate them. I did not report any military report to the superiors, frankly. I only made people interrogate those prisoners about their spy missions. And I think it was based on the circumstance during the time when I was ordered by the party to focus on the spy matters, especially what kind of matters being spied on, whether they came in the form of military missions or as civilians, or in the form of the South Vietnamese soldiers mission. So we only focused on understanding the spies matter and who they would like to contact when they entered Cambodia. So this was the matter we focused before the 6th of January. I would like to go on. After the 6th of January 1978, we started to focus on the radio broadcast, and we were ordered to do so, and the principle to extract confessions from the prisoner of wars, the Vietnamese prisoner of wars, so that their confessions could be broadcast on a radio was ordered from the superior. I hope I have answered to your questions, and there are still some surviving documents at S21 that can be consulted to be more precise.
Yes, thank you. Well, turning to those documents, in E68.27, a Khmer English chart at 00333610 to 00333628. There is an extensive list of Vietnamese prisoners entering S21. That list comprises all the Vietnamese, whether they were classified as ordinary people, spies, or soldiers. This analysis puts the total number of Vietnamese who entered S21 from 17 April, or from the start of operations of S21 until the 6th of January 1979 at 345. Do you accept that number?
The accused. Frankly, I have not been aware of this list yet. However, through my recollection and my conclusion, I think this number is acceptable. However, I would appreciate if I am given such list so that I am informed.
Can I ask if that list be put up on the screen, please? It is a relatively recent addition to the case file. Do you need the ERN numbers again?
Your Honours, we have that list on the screen.
All right. Well, could I ask the AV unit to connect to the co-prosecutor's screen, please, so that the accused has the opportunity of looking at that list? Now, do you want each of the pages to be put on the screen one after the other?
The accused. Could you please direct the AV to screen to the next page and the rest, please?
Thank you.
The accused. Thank you. Could you please show the next page? The accused, with your honor's leave, could you please direct the AV unit to show the next page? Thank you.
Yes, please keep turning the pages as the accused asks so that he has the opportunity to read them. Thank you.
The accused, please show the next page. Thank you. Please go on to the next page, says the accused. Please show the next page. Thank you, says the accused. Please show to the next one, says the accused. So to the next page, says the accused. Next one, says the accused. Go to the next page, please, says the accused. Go on to the next page, says the accused.
Some thought it is.
Go on to the next one, says the accused.
Some thought.
Go on to the next page, says the accused.
Some thought it.
Go on to the next one, says the accused.
Some thought it.
Go on to the next page, says the accused.
Some thought it.
Move on to the next page, says the accused.
Some thought it.
Next page, says the accused.
Some thought it.
Next page, please, says the accused.
Some awkward.
Thank you, says the accused.
Do you have any comment to make on that list, particularly the numbers, the total numbers of 345?
The accused, Your Honor, the total number, I believe, I believed in the total number and accepted the 345 number in total.
Thank you. Now, you will have noticed that relatively few of those Vietnamese were registered as entering before the 31st of December 1977. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, amongst those Vietnamese people, some of them, with the names on the list, enter the Cambodian territory. My apology, they arrived at S21 before the 31st of December 1977.
And that...
My apology, says the accused. Before the 31st of December 77. It's not 78, my apology.
Thank you. And that of the remainder, a significant number have no exact date of entry recorded. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, on this list, there are those who arrived at S21 without the entry date.
And the remainder, a significant number, arrived at S21 during 1978. Is that correct?
The accused, that is correct. I did not count the numbers of those, but in fact there were those who arrived in 1978.
Now, did you note also that the description of the people fell into three broad groups: soldiers, spies, and Vietnamese? Is that correct?
The accused, That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
And if we refer to E68.31, which is a Khmer English chart, at 00333650, perhaps that could be put on the screen as well from the co-prosecutors. This chart analyzes the proportions of those three groups at S21. The first group in the purple colour represents Vietnamese soldiers and is said to be 35% of the total. The reddish colour, Vietnamese spies, 42%, and the cream colour, Vietnamese, 23%. Do you accept that analysis of the total prisoners who entered S21?
The accused. Thank you, Your Honor. This chart, I do not have any objection to it.
Thank you. Now, you have already indicated that the greater number of Vietnamese soldiers entered S21 during 1978. Is that correct?
The accused. Thank you, Your Honor. That is correct. They entered during 1978, and most of those people were Vietnamese soldiers.
And we have also agreed that they came from the battlefields. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor. That is correct. I acknowledge it.
And they entered S21 in their military uniforms. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor. I do not deny this. However, I would like to verify that I did not receive them personally. I believed it happened.
But at the time, particularly from the beginning of 1978, you were well aware that increasing numbers of Vietnamese soldiers were entering S21. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor. From the 6th of January, as I recall, the Vietnamese soldiers were entering in increasing number through S21, and that is my recollection of the event. Thank you.
The AV unit can return the screen to normal, please. When these Vietnamese soldiers entered S21, you have already told us that from 1978 you were invited to use them to make radio broadcasts. May I assume that that was for propaganda reasons?
The accused, Your Honor. The Communist Party of Cambodia truly used the voices of the Vietnamese people and the Vietnamese language for propaganda purpose. That's all. Thank you.
Did you therefore direct that these Vietnamese soldiers be interrogated so that you could get material for radio broadcasts?
The accused, Your Honor, let me talk straight about the point on the instruction that I received. The objective is determined from the upper echelon, and I ordered the interrogators to do what it took in order to receive the objective of the upper echelon, that is, Vietnam invaded Cambodia in order to put Cambodia into the Chinese Federation.
And in fact, did you put in place a particular routine for the interrogation of Vietnamese soldiers?
The accused, Your Honor, yes, that is true. The essence of the confessions of those Vietnamese was sent to Uncle Nguyen. Therefore, whatever it is, he would adjust it, and then he would send it to me, and I would make some changes. So the purpose of the propaganda was determined from the upper echelon, and I just tried to fulfill those objectives.
So sometimes the confessions were adjusted so that they made better propaganda. Is that right?
The accused, Your Honor, yes, there were some amendments to the confessions.
And as an organizational matter, did you have the Vietnamese soldiers placed in a particular part of S-21?
The accused, Your Honor, I was not fully aware of the situation, and I did not give order on this organization. That was done by my subordinates, so I cannot give you a clear answer. It was done by my subordinates.
And did you assign a particular interrogator to question the Vietnamese soldiers?
The accused, Your Honor, frankly speaking, the interrogator for the Vietnamese soldiers was only one, that is, Brother Mom Nai. And for the interpreter that I asked him to assign, that is Pa Tha Chan. So he assisted with the interpretation and also assisted Brother Mom Nai in the interrogation.
And did interrogation include torture?
The accused, I would like to state that the torture could be done or could not be done. If it was done, probably only in a small number. And the true nature of Brother Mom Nai is that he rarely did torture. So on a daily routine, at the interrogation, there were 3 interrogators. That is Brother Mom Nai, the interrogator. He managed the overall. And Pa Tha Chan was the interpreter. And Chao Seng, who was close to Brother Mom Nai, just to be there amongst the other 2 people. So I believe there was very little torture.
And because of the policy applying to S-21, were all of those Vietnamese soldiers ultimately killed?
The accused, Your Honor, no one could escape. All of them were ordered to be smashed.
And just so I can clarify, you did assess at least some of the confessions of the Vietnamese soldiers, particularly during 1978, did you?
អរគុណ
The accused. Thank you. That's correct.
Now, I want to turn to the category of spies. Why were these people classified as spies?
The accused. Your Honor, those who were classified as spies. So far as I remember, the superior determined it. I'm not quite sure anyway, but I knew that the upper echelon did determine how people should be classified. Because there was no any plan to attack in a large scale. There had been some kind of intrusion into Cambodia in a just small scale, so the upper echelon would tell us that to classify them as the Vietnamese spies, and that's all.
And when those spies entered S21, did you arrange for their interrogation?
The accused. I would like to confirm that when the spies entered S21, I ordered them to be interrogated by Brother Mom Nai. No other interrogator was allowed to interrogate them because he was trained to be able to speak the Vietnamese language and then be able to interrogate those Vietnamese people, and he was the only one person who was assigned to fully in charge of the Vietnamese.
And do I assume then that you either gave orders to torture or you permitted the interrogators to torture the Vietnamese spies?
The accused. In general principle of the CPK, tortures would be used if necessary. So regarding the spies, I think tortures were subject to be inflicted to them, but I can assure that Brother Mom Nai would not use tortures against them.
Did you say that you would be sure that Brother Mom Nai would not use torture against them? Was that what you said just then?
The accused. I would like to make it into separate issues for the clarification. In his nature, Brother Mom Nai did not resort to tortures, although he would commit some kind of tortures, but to the very minimal scale.
When you were analyzing the confessions of the people classified as spies, were you looking for material that would support the allegation that they were spies?
The accused. Your Honor, I did look for them, but I did not annotate on those confessions, but there is a memory that I still can refresh, that there was a male spy, a Vietnamese spy, who stated that at this month the Vietnamese troop would come to attack which particular province, And at that time, there was a small map at S21 for use. When I report this to Son Sen, he laughed at me. He said, if the Vietnamese came to attack those provinces, how could we manage to grow rice anymore? He laughed again, and I stopped paying more attention on that matter because I was afraid of being the person used to as a propaganda in favor of the enemy. I only reported to the superior concerning the objective or the target, which marked as N in Vietnamese, as translated in English as they. And before they started the attack, they determined whether it's -1 or +1 or 2. So with this determination of the target, then for example, the party would have the idea of when the attack would take place. Then, so with this kind of plus and minus, there were signs for identifying the attacks, and I report this to my superior. So that was the last memory I could recall about the male Vietnamese spy. But I think the surviving documents may also help me refresh some more memories.
Well, perhaps we can look at one example where you have analysed a confession, and this in Khmer is a confession of the Vietnamese prisoner Truong Yang Lac, 0024 0048 to 0024 0070. And there is a further ERN number, 0028 4002, where you appear to have annotated Truong Yang Lac's confession and summarized the confession. So perhaps we can look at that last ERN number. Do you have it, or would you like it put on the screen?
The accused, thank you, Your Honor. Could you please have it put up on the screen?
So this is the English ERN number, 00284002.
Your Honour, would you like the English or the Khmer on the screen?
It would pay to have the Khmer, please.
Your Honour, would you like the English or the Khmer on the screen?
It would pay to have the Khmer, please.
Your Honour, if I can briefly mention the document that you referred to, which was 0024 0048 to 0070.
Yes.
That's a 23-page document.
Yes. I'm more interested in the last one, which is 00284002, which appears to be connected to the original lengthy confession. And the English ERN shows a summary with the accused's signature on it, and it would pay to have the Khmer version of that, please.
Your Honour, there is a summary, but now those two annotations or those two reports have been translated in full. and we can place the full translation on the screen if you would like.
Thank you.
Your Honour, we found the English version and it's on the screen. It will come up in a moment. We also have a full Khmer version of that report, which is the list, the two reports from the accused and notes from the confessions. If you would like us to hand that to the accused, we can.
I'm interested in the accused's annotation, which I believe is found at 00240049.
Your Honour, we've got it on the screen. We're just waiting for the AV booth to switch.
Thank you. If that could be switched to the prosecutor's machinery, please. Now, you can see on the screen in Khmer a summary with 6 points. Does this summary relate to the Vietnamese prisoner Truong Yang Lac?
The accused. This summary truly belongs to me, although I did not sign on that document. It's obviously mine. In the second point, there were 3 people, first Truong Yang Lac, Ngô Yang Chun, and Lê Yang Lac. So this is my annotation. So with such annotation, that paper would have been sent to the superior already. Thanks.
Thank you. And in your summary, apart from noting that 3 people arrived on the 29th of, were arrested on the 29th of February 1976, and arrived at S21 on the 5th of April 1976. Do you summarize the confession, describe the military situation of the Vietnamese, infiltrating 500 meters from the borderline, and the arrest of Truong Yang Lac by Military Region 25 and the following handover to S21?
The accused. This summary is about that. The services of these 3 spies was to spy on the military locations of Cambodia, and they infiltrated about half a kilometer into Cambodia territory. Military of the Region 25 arrested them on the 29th of February 1976, and later on the security office of Region 25 sent them to S21 on the 5th of April 76. It had been about 2 months that these people were sent after they had been detained. And only after the standing committee decided to have them transferred to S21 that they could be sent. So then they were sent to S21 accordingly. So my annotation was made on the 10th of April the same year.
And if we could move now to ERN number 00240053. Is this a summary prepared by you of a confession by a Viet Cong spy who entered Cambodia on the 14th of March 1976?
The accused, of course, it is my summary.
And in that summary, do you say that the so-called spy described the common plan to move border posts 600 meters into Cambodia, or to grab rice fields, and to instigate the population to look for firewood, catch fish, and make trouble? Is that correct?
The accused, it is true. It is the summary of my writing, and I do acknowledge all the content of its summary.
And that summary was also made on the 10th of April 1976. Is that correct?
The accused, that's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. The screen can be returned to the normal position, please. After these people who were classified as spies were interrogated and perhaps tortured, were they too all killed?
The accused. The common principle is obvious that everyone who was regarded as enemy had to be smashed. Since they were presumed or regarded as enemies, they definitely were smashed.
I want to turn now to the third category of Vietnamese civilians. Could we see E68.30, which is another chart? It's at 00333645, and it is a Khmer English chart.
Your Honours, was that a chart or a list?
Sorry, a list. I'm sorry, it is a list.
Thank you. I think we have it on the screen.
One in the same series.
I believe, Your Honours, we need your authority to...
Yes, could the AV switch to the prosecutor's screen? Now, looking at that list, can you tell me if those people, if any of those people were arrested from Vietnamese territory? Say when you need the page turned if you want that done.
The accused, thank you. I have read the document.
And can you tell me if any of those Vietnamese were arrested from Vietnamese territory?
The accused, 1. It is number 3, Chau Kosol. He's a Khmer Kraum. He hasn't had a position and he was arrested in Vietnam. And number 99, Dat Sore, he was also arrested from Vietnam. And number 11, Do Wan Ko. Dan Heng, he's a Khmer Kraum. He was a Buddhist monk. He also was arrested from Vietnam. And number 13, Do Yang Phu. He was arrested from Ba Chuk. That is in Vietnamese territory. And Do Yang Tong was also arrested from Ba Chuk. And Ung Ruh Si Tun, he was a tradesperson from Phnom Penh and he was arrested in Vietnam. Lai Leng Leng, the wife of Bun Chieng, she was arrested in Vietnam. So there were 6 of those people from these 17 people on the list. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And when these people were arrested and brought to S21, were they also interrogated and possibly tortured and killed?
The accused, Your Honor, these people, from what I can recall, they were interrogated, and for those who would be able to have their voices broadcast on the radio, they would be interrogated, and the rest would be left alone, but in the end, all would be smashed.
They also interrogated by the guard you assigned to interrogate Vietnamese?
The accused, Your Honor, the guard had no authority to interrogate any prisoner.
I will correct my question. Were they also interrogated by the interrogator assigned by you to question Vietnamese?
The accused, Your Honor, that is true. There was only one person who would interrogate Vietnamese prisoners.
I note that there are both men and women in this list of Vietnamese. What about children? Were Vietnamese children also brought into S21?
The accused, Your Honor, when it comes to the matter of the children, I could not grasp it. But if the children came along with their parents, as a general principle, they would also be smashed.
And you had a policy of not listing the children brought to S21. Is that correct?
The accused, regarding the making of the list, I could not grasp it, but I did not give any instruction on this matter. However, through observation, I think it was a practice there.
So in the end, we do not know how many Vietnamese children might have been arrested and detained and ultimately killed at S21.
The accused, Your Honor, there is a lack of information, so we would not be able to estimate it.
Thank you. Well, in summary, then, you have accepted that over the period from the beginning of operations of S21 until the 6th of January 1979, 345 Vietnamese in 3 broad classifications entered S21, were interrogated, often tortured, and ultimately killed. Is that correct?
The accused, Your Honor, that is correct. However, I would like to make a comment with your leaves. I do not want to use the word often tortured. I would like to correct it to be that there was torture in the case when it was unavoidable. That's it. Thank you.
While you were chair of S21, were you aware of the general rules about treatment of foreign nationals in the hands of democratic Kampuchea, or of prisoners of war taken from an opposing army and detained?
The accused, Your Honor, could you please state your question again? I could not fully grasp it.
Did you know of any rules about the treatment of prisoners of war?
The accused, Your Honor, on this matter, I would like to give my response in 2 parts. The first part is about the principle of treatment on the prisoner of war. I did not study or see any document on this matter. As I have said earlier, even the Declaration of the Human Rights, I only saw it once when I studied at my primary school in about 1951. And later on, I could not even find the document. So that is number one. I did not see such document. That is the international law at the time on the prisoner of war. On the second part, I would like to confirm that the conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia, as I said earlier, Vietnamese arrested Cambodian people at Sector 25, and the Khmer responded so also at the same area. So for the orders that was put upon us, we just implemented the orders. It's unavoidable for us to not implement it. So the issue is I did not understand the law, and two, about the conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia. It was a counterattack and attack. That is my response.
Thank you. You did not know about the law relating to the treatment of prisoners of war, but what about your own common sense or your general knowledge? Were you aware that prisoners of war should be treated with a degree of dignity, respect, and concern for their well-being?
The accused, Your Honor, as I told you earlier, sometimes what I knew, I told you what I knew, and what I did not know, I did not know. So I thought constantly about the issues of Vietnam and Cambodia. Cambodian people killed Vietnamese, and Vietnamese killed Cambodian people. So I did not think about any other matters regarding the international laws. When they were entered into S21, we were just implementing the orders that we received. And that was my thought at the time. Thank you. So the mistake was made, but that was what we did during the time.
And so far as those classified as spies or Vietnamese, did you, from your own common sense or general knowledge, know that their treatment at S21 was completely wrong?
The accused. If we thought about the understanding at the time, I already said it, so I did not want to repeat it again. If we talked about the human rights law, the international law, it was completely wrong. All those crimes were committed, and I do not deny it. I accept it.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have no further questions.
Mr. President, judges of the bench, do you have any questions to be put to the accused regarding the current fact? Judge Lavench, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I would like us to return to the issue of Vietnamese civilians. Perhaps we could return to the normal screen. Could we return to the normal screen, please? Perhaps this list of prisoners could be removed from the screen. Thank you. Now, I would like us to return to the issue of Vietnamese prisoners in the category of civilians, because you had three categories: military people, spies, and ordinary people or civilian people. You have stated that a number of them had been arrested in Vietnam. Could you give us some further clarifications as to the conditions under which they were arrested? Do you know whether this happened in the wake of military operations, what kind of operations, and why these people were arrested?
The accused, Your Honor. The conditions of the arrest, how they were arrested by the Democratic Cambodia soldiers. Did they go into the Vietnamese territory to arrest them, or did they arrest them during a raid? At that time, I could not fully grasp the situation, and I did not make any further inquiries. So this is my response to you.
Judge Lavergne, you have stated that all persons sent to S21 were considered to be enemies. Amongst the persons on the list of civilians, there are a number of people who are termed or who are called monks or Buddhists, and for at least one of these people, you have stated that he was a Khmer Krom. My question is as follows. Was he sent to S21 because he was deemed to be an enemy because he was a monk, or because he was Khmer Krom?
Est-ce qu'il y avait une...
Was there a particular policy line of CPK in this respect, as to judging people on the basis of their being monks or Khmer Krom?
ចៅក្រម
The accused. You asked me clearly about the CPK policy line, and let me describe it further as follows. The principle of the CPK policy regarding the religion, I reported on this matter already to the co-investigating judges. I think it might be part of the second case file. So if you permit me to talk briefly about it, I can do that. And secondly, it's about the Cambodia Crown and the struggle movement of the Cambodia Crown and the Communist Party of Cambodia. I would like to state this matter clearly to Your Honor. However, what I can say regarding this matter is that the Communist Party of Cambodia regarded these people as spies. So the first issue is about the religion, and the second issue is about the struggle movement of the Cambodia Crown. Would you like me to elaborate further on these two matters?
លោកចៅក្រមជាទីគោរព
The accused, Your Honor, for the religion, in general for all other religions, Pol Pot opposed all religions as a general principle. However, the operation of the opposition is done cleverly by Pol Pot. For the Buddhist religion, which was respected by the majority of the Cambodian people, Pol Pot said the worst thing is the regime of believing in the sin. Let me continue. As for the monks or the novice monks, they were docile because those monks were the children of the peasants. Their daily living depended on the contribution of the peasants. It is the peasants to decide whether the monks would survive based on the food they provide. Therefore, during the life of the operation that I worked at S21, they never sent anyone to the office because of their belief in the religion. Separately, immediately after the 17th April, I received a confirmed news that the patronage Huttad was assassinated. And I concluded that the main important leaders of the religion were assassinated. And as for the monks in Phnom Penh, they were evacuated to the countryside. And for other children of the peasants, they were disordained. And who did not want to disordain would be considered so they would be considered and would be arrested. In the records of the interview of witnesses, that were done by the investigators of the co-investigating judges, I have seen an evidence which is believable that there was an abbot Prak Soi, that was the name of the abbot. Prak Soi, that is the name of the abbot. He was refused to disordain, and probably as the result, he was smashed. So, in conclusion, regarding the lines of the CPK policy toward the religion, it was done in that way.
So this is about the CPK's policy and political line concerning the Buddhism.
តាមការសង្កេតបែបនេះ
Through my observation like this, I do not believe that this monk was arrested because of his practice in Buddhism.
ទី 2
Number two, I would like to also tell your honors about the behavior of the CPK toward the resistance movement in Cambodia Crown. The CPK regarded the Communist Party of Vietnam as a friend, a friend in conflict.
ដូច្នេះខ្ញុំមិនដែលទាន់ឃើញផ្ោះតាង
So I have never seen any evidence to prove that he took side with the Khmer Krom movement to fight the Communist Party of Vietnam.
ខ្ញុំមិនទាន់មានឃើញផ្ោះតាងណាដែលបញ្ជាក់
I have not seen any evidence to prove that.
ខ្ញុំមិនទាន់ឃើញផ្ោះតាងណាដែលបញ្ជាក់ឃើញឲ្យឃើញថាប៉ុលពតចាប់
Pol
ដៃ
Pot joined the Khmer Krom's resistance movement to fight the Communist Party of Vietnam.
ខ្ញុំមានផ្ោះតាងមួយផ្ទុយទៅវិញ
I have the opposing evidence.
រៀងឆ្នាំ 1977
Between 1977, the Khmer Krom resistance movement sent 3-person delegation.
តែគាត់ទីភូចំទៀបទេ
But they were low-level delegation to negotiate with the Communist Party of Cambodia.
សំពឹងផ្អែកបកកុម្មុយនីសកម្ពុជា
To ask for the support of the CPK
ដើម្បីឲ្យជួយ
in order that the CPK support their movement.
ខ្ញុំបានឲ្យគេរៀបចំឯកសារ
I made people prepare the documents to be sent to the superior. Then it was decided by the superiors that they must be smashed.
ដូច្នេះខ្ញុំមិននិយាយពីរឿងញ៉ៃងាយថាត្រូវតែកំតិចតាម
So
ពន្យាគេទេរឿងនេះគឺពិត
it was true that I had to smash them according to the order I received, although they had dispute with the party. What I would like to emphasize now is that
រឿងដែលខ្ញុំចង់បញ្ជាក់នៅពេលនេះគឺ
Pol Pot did not join the Khmer Krom resistance movement and regard them as friend.
នេះគាត់ចាត់ទុកចលនាតស៊ូខ្មែរកម្ពុជាក្រោម
He regarded Khmer Krom resistance movement as an enemy because they had affiliation with the U.S.
នេះជាចលនារួម
This is a common movement.
ដូច ដូច្នេះដោយឡែកបុគ្គលមួយនេះដែលគេចាប់ចូលមក
So this individual who was arrested when he was a monk, I don't know whether he was a spy who appointed someone to spy on Cambodia. I have no idea because there is no other document to support my arguments. I apologize.
The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. I will give the floor now to the lawyer Alang Werner.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, very briefly, I have a request. You announced that for tomorrow there would be a court management meeting, and we have no agenda, still no agenda. If you wish us to be ready for this, and some of us have teams scattered around the world, and we need to liaise with them, we would very much appreciate having an agenda as quickly as possible. Thank you.
President, thank you, Alang Werner, for your observation. I informed the parties and the audience last time that I would notify the agenda for tomorrow's trial management meeting. However, as you all know, we are all very busy with the trial proceedings. However, the chamber had a discussion and we prepared the agenda already. After our final discussion during the break this afternoon, we will make our final agenda and it will be notified to all concerned parties probably by the end of today's proceeding. We will try our best to provide the agenda so that all the parties can participate and be ready for the discussion. First, that is, to have the documents ready for the discussion in order to expedite the proceedings so that the chamber can also fulfill other urgent tasks that we need to hold the meetings to discuss and make decisions. President, next, I would give the floor to the co-prosecutor to continue the questions to be put to the accused regarding the armed conflict, the facts being put before the chamber. If you have further questions, the floor is yours. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. First, I would like to inform the accused that please answer to the point and don't try to beat about the bush, which takes and wastes time and it might be confusing. The question is, during the time you were the chairman of S21, you said you were not aware that the acts were illegal considering the international law and that you just did following the orders. So, can you tell us when were you aware that those acts were the illegal acts? The accused. I became aware of those eggs when I saw in the introductory submission. That's when I officially became aware of it. So that was the time that I became aware of the eggs. Co-prosecutor, Mr. President, I do not have any further questions. I would like now to give the floor to my international co-prosecutor to put more questions. The President, the international co-prosecutor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Your Honours, Counsel and the accused. Your Honours, I just have a few questions for the accused. I would suggest it would take about 20 minutes. Just to clarify a couple of points that are a bit unclear to me over the last day and a half's testimony. Mr. Gangukiv, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the differentiation of categorising a prisoner at S21 as a civilian, a spy, or a combatant. As you know, the revised prisoner list, which everyone has received, is based on the documentation that was obtained at S21. And as Judge Cartwright said today, it breaks down into, in terms of Vietnamese, 3 basic categories of spy, civilian and combatant. First, Your Honours, I would ask that document reference number, it's a statement you made to the co-investigating judges in the investigation, and the ERN is 0017 7587, Khmer 0017 7580, and French 0017 7595 be placed on the screen. And, Your Honours, well, firstly I'd ask that the monitor be turned to the prosecution desk.
The President, the audio-visual officer, can you link the screen to the computer of the co-prosecutor?
Thank you, Your Honours, and I've just been reminded the document number is D65. Your Honours, I would ask that, Mr. President, that the graphia read out the area that's highlighted in red to the accused.
And finally, after the 17th of April 1975, most Vietnamese living in Cambodia were smashed, and therefore there were a few number of Vietnamese remain. However, I would like to confirm that I saw in the old list of names in S21, the Vietnamese, some of them were remain in Cambodia. The Vietnamese civilian and soldier received the same treatment. They were interrogated and later sent for execution.
Thank you. Mr. Gangukiv, would you agree with me if I said that it really didn't matter whether any Vietnamese who was a prisoner at S21 was a combatant, a spy or a civilian? They were going to be killed on the very basis that they were Vietnamese or of Vietnamese origin. Would you agree with that in light of the statement you made to the investigative judges?
the accused in general, as I state to the hearing from the beginning, that those who were sent to S-21 were considered as enemy to be smashed. And therefore, among those victims, there must be Vietnamese civilian, soldier, and spy. So there is no other choice but to smash. If I fail to do that, it will be my mistake. And if I can talk about the Vietnamese minority immigrant, some of them, there were very few that left until the 17th of April 1975, as I described earlier.
Thank you. And you stated to the co-investigative judges that they would be the Vietnamese, sorry, excuse me. Is it fair to say that it was a matter of policy that they were being killed because they were Vietnamese? It was a matter of policy, regardless of the role they played in democratic Kampuchea.
The accused, it was not only the execution to the Vietnamese, anyone, Chinese, Khmer, Cambodian people, anyone who was sent to S-21 shall be killed. This is the general policy of the CPK. Yes, among them there were Vietnamese victims.
Thank you. And the information that you got as the chairman of S-21 as to whether or not Vietnamese were spies or alleged spies, that primarily came from the confessions, the interrogations. Is that correct?
The accused, I am a bit difficult because I don't understand well your question, but I try to answer based on based on my knowledge and my recollection. The Vietnamese who were immigrants who live in Cambodia were sent to S-21 not on the ground that they were Vietnamese, because they committed some offense and then they were sent. As for the Vietnamese who came from Vietnam in any form, they were arrested and sent to S-21 in the name of spies. That's all my addition.
And when you say in the name of spies, how did you learn that? Was it from the information that the prisoner gave themselves? Was that the primary source, or was it from other information?
The accused, it was later on the confession. There were no other information, but the real truth is that anyone who came from Vietnam into Cambodia, a civilian or combatant, those were considered as spy. So let me indicate to you, the Vietnamese immigrant in Cambodia for a long time, when they were arrested and sent to S-21 because they acted against the authority. As for the Vietnamese who went into Cambodia after the 17th of April, were considered as spies. No matter it was a wrong accusation or another matter, they were sent to S-21.
And I suppose that's my point. Did you ever verify whether the information was given was correct?
The accused, this story, I don't know what to say in Khmer. in French it's called routine. It was so familiar to me when I became M13. Anyone who was sent to the place, it was called a spy, no matter it was wrong or right. M13 had to interrogate and smash. So the Vietnamese people from Vietnam into Cambodia, it was considered the spy, no matter it was wrong or right.
Thank you. So, if you can answer yes or no, you didn't confirm the accuracy of the information that you were given. Do you agree?
The AV system, please remove the screen to the normal screen. I would like to indicate that there's something right, something wrong. For those who were accused of being spy, yes, I can. That's what I can say.
Thank you. And certainly with the information you were getting from the prisoners, the Vietnamese prisoners, in their confessions, you certainly didn't believe the truth in everything that was said. Do you agree?
The accused, I don't believe it completely.
So, on the basis of that, would you agree with me that many of those Vietnamese that were at S21 could people categorised as Vietnamese spies could well have been Vietnamese civilians? Would you agree with that?
The accused, those who were accused of being a Vietnamese spy, no matter a civilian or a false combatant, a few number of them may be the innocent civilian people who came to do business in Cambodia. It is a small number of them.
And you weren't to know because you didn't check. Is that correct?
The accused, usually I examine not everything, not in detail for the Vietnamese confession, because there were many confessions by the Cambodian victims.
Thank you. I'm going to move to another topic, and Your Honours, it will be very brief, this topic. It relates to the 15th of August 1977, and it relates to when you state that Nguyen Chia told you that Sun Sen was going to the battlefield. And Your Honour, I would ask that the AVU unit switch their monitors to the prosecution, and I would ask that document, I think it's D65, ERN 0014 7522 in the English, the Khmer 0014 6492, and in the French 0014 7896 be placed on the screen, or at least the Khmer version. And Your Honour, I would also ask that the particular quote that the accused stated to the co-investigative judges be read by the graphia. It appears in a red box. And Your Honour, sorry, I apologise, Your Honour, I'm corrected. It's D11, not 65.
The President, the AV official, please connect the AV system to the monitor of the prosecutor. The greffier psychology, please read the portion in the red box in the documents. Response: Son Sen left because there was a war with Vietnam and he was sent to the battlefield. The co-prosecutor said that there were 2 or 3 questions. Number 1, when Son Sen ordered to go to the battlefield, when was it? The charged person, as far as I remember, in 1977, Nguyen Chia called me from S21 to see him on the 15th of August 1977 to receive assignment at Soramarat Buddhist High School. There were only me and him. It was my first time, my first meeting with him. As far as I remember, Comrade Q went to the battlefield and I was in charge in place of him, and there were 2 youths to help you to work, Comrade Pong and Lin. You know them already. When Son Sen went to manage, Pong and Lin were also at S21 already.
Thank you. Your Honours, the reason why I mentioned this document was because in the English it reads, Son Sen departed because the war with Vietnam was very strong, and that drew my attention to it. I assume that the word the war was very strong was not placed in the Khmer, or maybe it wasn't said. But in any event, Mr. Kangukiv, you said in that statement to the co-investor judges that Son Sen was sent to the battlefield because of the war. That was your understanding in August 1977, wasn't it? He was going to assist in the war effort.
The accused, these are my understanding at that time.
Thank you. It's just that in your testimony it was a little unclear about the main purpose of Son Sen leaving, but if that's your understanding at the time, thank you. I would now like to ask you very briefly about the film that was made at S21 when the Vietnamese soldiers were brought in or gathered to make confessions on a documentary or a film. And my first question is, that film, was that taken in your presence? Were you there? Did you see it?
The President, the AV official, please disconnect the screen from the co-prosecutor screen and move to the normal screen. Please, the floor is your Judge Lawange.
Judge Lavergne, Mr. Smith, I believe that you're referring to sequences from a film that the prosecutors intended to include in the case at the start, and that was the object of a request on the part of the defense. So, in fact, what are we exactly talking about here? Is it a film that was shot by the Vietnamese authorities when they came into Phnom Penh? Or is it the film that is the object of a request from the defense upon which the chamber has not yet made a decision? Or are we speaking about another film? I'm not quite clear about this.
Thank you, Your Honour. Sorry for being confusing. I'm referring to the film that Judge Cartwright referred to this morning, where Vietnamese prisoners, during the period that they were detained or when they were first arrested, were used for propaganda purposes.
Please, Judge Cartwright, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clarify, I did not intend any reference to a film this morning. I was referring to radio broadcasts. So we are still unclear which film it is. Thank you.
Perhaps to clarify, Your Honours, if we can ask that the statement that the accused gave to the co-investigative judges be placed on the court monitor, and the ERN number was document 65, D65, ERN number English 0017 7587, French 0017 7595, and Khmer 0017 7580. You're not asked that the monitor be switched to the prosecution so the passage can be read out by the graphier. Judge Laverne has a question.
Judge Laverne, maybe to make things a bit simpler, can the accused tell us if a film involving Vietnamese prisoners was shot at S21 for propaganda, for reasons of propaganda? Did you understand the question? Was a film shot at S21 involving Vietnamese prisoners of war, and a film that was shot for reasons of propaganda, for propaganda ends? Was such a film shot at S21?
The accused, thank you, Your Honours, and it's my apology. I think that you posed the question to the co-prosecutor, and I'm sorry for that. Now I would like to indicate to Your Honours frankly and respectfully, there was one film which took by Comrade Teng, the nephew of Pol Pot, at S21. And such filming was conducted in two places. One place next to my house, as I told the hearing this morning. In my house. It was in my house. And the second scene, it was in between Monivong Boulevard, next to Preh Monivong Boulevard. I'm sorry, next to Mao Zedong Boulevard. This is the place there was a booth around and talking about the Vietnamese soldier surrender, raising their hand to surrender. And for the film, there was a taken by at S21, and the soldier was the Vietnamese soldier selecting from S21. It is true. in order to a tool for propaganda.
Thank you. And when you say in your house was your office, is that correct?
The accused, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, let me respond to your question in two parts. First, about the time when Son Sen left, as you have said earlier, let me just add to that. Second part is about the filming. When Uncle Noon called me to meet him, he told me it's the need of the battlefield. The Comrade Kiel has to go to the battlefield, and that I came to replace. And I didn't know what happened, but the surviving documents at S21, I still saw the signatures of my superior after the 15th of August. That is, until the 11th of November 77, I still saw his signature. And my communication with him on the phone was still ongoing for quite some time. So let me just verify that Uncle Noon told me the Comrade killed went to the battlefield due to the requirement. And secondly, in regards to the matter that I reported already to your honors, it was done at my house, which was also my office at street number 95. So my house was actually adjacent to the Monibong Boulevard.
Thank you. And the time that this film was shot, was it taken before Son Sen had gone to the battlefield or afterwards?
The accused, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, can you assist me with that? There was a meeting in Jakarta. There was an international conference in Jakarta by the heads of state, and Pol Pot asked S21 to film the Vietnamese prisoner of war, and the photo 18x20, and another set of filming for the meetings in Jakarta. So the filming was in response to the requirements for the meeting in Jakarta, and probably you can find out the exact date for that.
So you can't tell us whether it was 1976, 1977 or 1978. Is that correct?
The accused, thank you. Oh, just for the year, yes, I can tell you it's in 1978.
Thank you very much. Your Honours, I'd now ask that the audio-visual unit play a short video clip. It's D69-V0017-2621. It's at 12 minutes and 28 seconds and 12 minutes to 50 seconds. Your Honour, obviously it's quite a short clip, and I would ask that the clip be played twice, and I would also ask that the accused, if you can look at the clip very closely, particularly the surroundings in the video clip.
The President, the audio-visual officer, can you arrange the films to be shown as requested by the co-prosecutor?
POW Tran Ban Thion revealed the plan of the Communist Party to set up puppet regimes at all levels of Cambodia. From these confessions,
ខ្សែភាពយន្តនេះបង្ហាញពីឆ្លើយសឹកត្រានវ៉ាន់ធឿនបានបង្ហាញពីផែនការរបស់បក
dominated by Vietnam. POW Tran Van Thuan revealed that the plan of the Communist Party of Vietnam was to set up puppet regimes at all levels of Cambodia. From these confessions, it is evident that the Vietnamese aim at forcing Cambodia to join an Indochina Federation dominated by Vietnam.
Thank you. I hope the translation came through in all three languages. Mr. Ganguk Eve, is this the video clip or the film that you just referred to earlier, the one shot in your office? If you need it played again to verify, we can do that.
The accused, I would not demand the film to be shown again. Is there any Khmer translation of the voice on the film?
Your Honours, I had Khmer translation coming through on my earphones. The booths were all given the transcript. Obviously, it was very short, and if the accused didn't receive that, or Khmer speakers didn't receive that, I would ask that the Khmer booth simply read out that very short transcript.
The accused, I would like to have the Khmer translation because what I heard was only the Vietnamese and the English language. The President, do you have the Khmer translation of that text? Because the chamber could hear only the Vietnamese and the English languages.
Your Honours, the transcript, the English transcript was given to the French booth and the Khmer booth and the English booth earlier today for the purpose of reading out the voiceover. And I would just ask that if that could be read out, because they should have it. If they haven't got it, it can be got to them very quickly.
POW Tran Van Thuan revealed the plans of the Communist Party of Vietnam was to set up a puppet regime.
The President, can you also give us any reference number of the Khmer translation, if you have it?
Your Honour, there is no reference number for the Khmer translation, it's just the video. I do have a copy of the text. It's about 5 lines. I could either read it out, or I could give it to the graphia to read out, and then it would be translated through the normal course.
Mr. President, the text that you have, what is it? Where it's from?
Your Honour, it's the English of the video clip, word for word.
The graphia, Can you take the document from the co-prosecutor?
Judge Laverne, I think what's the most important is maybe to know if the interpreters are able to translate what is being said by this voiceover. So can the booths tell us whether or not they are able to provide us with the translation?
Your Honour, I was aiming for this to be very smooth this afternoon, and that's why we provided that document to the booths earlier this morning. In any event, it's probably not so important the words, it's the actual video clip itself showing the office, but bearing in mind the accused would like to hear the voiceover, I'm happy to read it out, or however it can be done.
I was waiting for him here. Okay, I think you have been aware that we promised to bring him to meet you today, and now he's here. Richard Roger, Chief of the Defense Support Sections. So he will give you the introduction about his section, and then will be followed by public affairs people, last person, and I will also give some notification after Richard. So here, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you all for coming. I should start with a caveat, which is that the DSS, the Defence Support Section, has a broad mandate to protect and promote defence rights. Although I am not assigned to a case as a lawyer, and although we can provide assistance and advice to lawyers, we cannot instruct them what to do, and they are free to follow their own strategy. So what I say today hopefully reflects the position of the defence. I certainly asked for their comments before this press conference, but just please bear in mind that I am not speaking on behalf of the client as such. What I aim to do...
And can you allow him to translate into English?
What I'll try and do today is to provide some context to some of the defence motions that have been filed in case file 2.
មានអំណរលើក្នុងជាថ្ងៃនេះគឺជុំវិញបរិបទនៃកិច្ចការរបស់កិច្ចការការពារក្តីរបស់សាធារណរដ្ឋនៅពេលថ្មីៗនេះទាក់ទិនទៅនឹងសំណុំរឿងលេខ002
Since we have limited time today and the both lawyers for Duke are present in Cambodia, I'd rather limit this press conference to the issues in case file 2.
ដោយសារថាអស់លោកទាំងអស់គ្នាក៏មានពេលវេលាច្រើនហើយមេធាវីសាមេធាវីទាំងពីររបស់ដូចគាត់មានវត្តមាននៅក្នុងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាដូច្នេះជាគិតថាខ្ញុំនឹងចំណាយពេលវេលាច្រើនទៅលើសំណុំរឿង002
I think amongst all the excitement of the proceedings, it's sometimes easy to forget that the international assistance is aimed, at least in part, to ensure that fair trial standards are met.
វាជួនកាលជាការងាយស្រួលណាស់ក្នុងការដែលថាអាចនឹងគិតទៅដល់ថាជំនួយរបស់ខាងជំនួយការខាងផ្នែកមេធាវីបរទេសគឺគេចូលរួមក្នុងការជួយទៅឲ្យដំណើរការក្តីនេះគឺថាឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងបទដ្ឋានអន្តរជាតិគឺមានភាពត្រឹមត្រូវនិងយុត្តិធម៌
The royal government of Cambodia has long accepted that the Cambodian judiciary does not have the necessary expertise to administer such complex cases.
រាជរដ្ឋាភិបាលកម្ពុជាគឺបានទទួលស្គាល់ជាយូរមកហើយថាតុលាការកម្ពុជាមិនមានជំនាញសំខាន់គ្រប់គ្រាន់ដើម្បីបើកសវនាការលើក្តីដែលមានសភាពស្មុគស្មាញបែបនេះបានទេ
It's also easy to forget fair trials are not only in the interests of the accused, but also very much in the interests of the victims.
ហើយក្នុងផងដែរគឺថាវាអាចនឹងងាយគិតថាសវនាការមួយប្រកបទៅដោយយុត្តិធម៌នោះគឺថាវាមិនមែនផ្ដោតតែទៅលើផលប្រយោជន៍របស់ជនត្រូវចោទជនជាប់ចោទប៉ុណ្ណោះទេក៏ប៉ុន្តែក៏ត្រូវតែផ្ដោតសំខាន់ទៅលើផលប្រយោជន៍របស់ជនរងគ្រោះផងដែរ
And that's because fair trial mechanisms have been designed over time to allow the judges to make the correct decisions.
នេះគឺថាដោយសារតែដំណើរការជំនុំជម្រះក្តីមួយនីតិវិធីជំនុំជម្រះក្តីដ៏យុត្តិធម៌មួយគឺថាត្រូវបានតាក់ស្ដែងឡើងយូរមកហើយដើម្បីធានាថាតុលាការគឺស្ថិតនៅក្នុងចំពោះមួយដែលថានៅពេលណាគាត់ចេញសេចក្តីសម្រេចនោះសេចក្តីសម្រេចនោះគឺជាសេចក្តីសម្រេចមួយដែលត្រឹមត្រូវ
So it's a professional obligation of the defence counsel to raise issues of fair trial if and when they arise.
ដូច្នេះវាជាកាតព្វកិច្ចវិជ្ជាជីវៈរបស់មេធាវីការពារក្នុងការជាលាក្នុងការលើកឡើងនៅការពុករងទាំងឡាយណាដែលទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការធានាថាដំណើរការការស្ដីត្រូវតែត្រឹមត្រូវនិងយុត្តិធម៌
So I'd like to look at three issues in particular just to illustrate this point.
ដូច្នេះខ្ញុំនឹងលើកឡើងនៅចំណុច3ដែលនឹងបង្ហាញអំពីចំណុចទាំងអស់នេះ
Firstly, there's the request for the OIOS report, which is currently on appeal before the pre-trial chamber.
ទី1គឺសំណើសុំដែលបាទសំណើសុំដែលទាក់ទិនទៅនឹងរបាយការណ៍របស់អង្គភាពសេវាកម្មផ្ទៃក្នុងរបស់អង្គការសហជីវជាតិ OIOS ទាក់ទិនទៅនឹងបាទដែលបណ្ដឹងទាំងអស់នេះគឺថាកំពុងស្ថិតនៅក្នុងការបន្តទៅឡើយ
And secondly, there's the letters that were recently sent to the co-prosecutors about possible political interference.
នៅទី2គឺថាយើងបានដាក់ជូនទៅសហប្រជាជាតិទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការការចោទប្រកាន់អមេរិកជាផ្នែកនយោបាយ
And thirdly, there's the letters to the co-investigating judges about possible interference in the OCRJ.
និងទី3គឺលិខិតដែលបានជូនទៅសហការប្រំស៊ើបអង្កេតទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការចោទប្រកាន់អមេរិកជាពីខាងនយោបាយ
Now, just to provide some explanation if it's needed, if the evidence becomes tainted through corrupt practices, then the judges could make wrong decisions and trials might not be fair.
ខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបថាប្រសិនណាបើផុសតាងវាប្រឡាក់ប្រឡូកជាមួយនឹងអង្គពុករលួយនោះវាអាចនឹងនាំឲ្យចៅក្រមចេញសេចក្តីសម្រេចមួយដែលសេចក្តីសម្រេចនោះមិនត្រឹមត្រូវទៅទៅទេ
That is, in a nutshell, the nature of the concern the defence have in relation to the alleged corruption.
នេះគឺជាការព្រួយបារម្ភរបស់នៃវិការពារទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការចាប់ប្រកាន់ថាមានអំពើពុករលួយ
Now, if the prosecutors decide who to prosecute based on political affiliations and not evidence, then there is no equality before the law.
ប្រសិនណាជាព្រះរាជអាជ្ញាគាត់សម្រាប់ធ្វើការចាប់ប្រកាន់ដោយផ្ដោតទៅលើឯកទៅលើហេតុផលខាងផ្នែកនយោបាយនោះដោយមិនផ្ដោតទៅលើអង្គការនោះទេនោះគឺថាវាមិនមានសមភាពvới sự công khai.
And that was the reason why a defence team has sent the letters to the co-prosecutors asking for clarification in relation to these allegations.
ហើយដូច្នេះហើយបានជាមេធាវីការពារបានដាក់លិខិតជូនទៅសហប្រញ្ញាស្នើសុំឲ្យគាត់ធ្វើការបញ្ជាក់ទាក់ទងទៅនឹងការជាប់ពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងការជជែកនេះ
And lastly, if the co-investigating judges decide which witnesses to interview based on political instructions, then that means that the judges are not acting independently.
ហើយម្យ៉ាងទៀតប្រសិនណាជាសហការប្រសិទ្ធភាពក៏សម្រាប់ធ្វើការសុភាយកចំណាយសាស្ត្រីដោយឯកទៅលើដោយយកទៅលើការណែនាំពីទីណាមួយនោះមានន័យថាចៅក្រមគាត់មិនបានបំពេញទៅតាមបទរបស់គាត់ប្រកបទៅដោយឯកភាពនោះទេ
Now, of course, at this stage, these are only allegations or concerns.
បាទនេះគឺជាដំណាក់កាលនេះវាគ្រាន់តែជាការព្រួយបារម្ភទៅលើការចាប់ប្រកាន់របស់នេះទេ
But that's exactly why, for example, as soon as the Norwegian defence team heard about these allegations, they drafted letters to the prosecutors and investigating judges to seek clarification.
ពីព្រោះថានៅពេលនោះក្រុមមេធាវីការពាររបស់លោកជានៅពេលដែលគាត់តែលើកសូវបញ្ហារបស់នេះឡើងគាត់ក៏បានដាក់កាយលិខិតដាក់ជូនទៅសហប្រញ្ញានិងសហការប្រសិទ្ធភាពដើម្បីឲ្យសហប្រញ្ញានិងសហការប្រសិទ្ធភាពធ្វើការស្រាវជ្រាវ
They did so openly and transparently because they believe that public scrutiny is beneficial to the system.
សហមេធាវីការពារទាំងនេះគឺថាគាត់បានធ្វើលិខិតនោះដោយតាមចំហគឺថាទាំងចំហនិងប្រកបដោយតម្លាភាពតែគាត់យើងឃើញថាការស្នើសុំឲ្យមានការបញ្ជាក់នេះវានឹងផ្ដល់ផលប្រយោជន៍ទៅដល់សាធារណជន
Now, I'd just like to deal with a couple of misconceptions about some of the defence actions.
ខ្ញុំសូមធ្វើការបង្ហាញជូនចំពោះការយល់ច្រឡំខ្លះៗទៅលើសកម្មភាពរបស់មេធាវីការពារ
The first misconception is that the defence are raising these types of issues purely for the purpose of delaying or obstructing proceedings.
ការយល់ច្រឡំទី1គឺថាមានការលើកឡើងថាមេធាវីការពារបានលើកឡើងនៅបញ្ហាទាំងអស់នេះគឺសម្រាប់តែគោលបំណងមួយពុទ្ធជាឬក៏ធ្វើឲ្យមានការរារាំងទៅដល់ដំណើរការវិធីតែប៉ុណ្ណោះ
That is simply not true.
នេះមិនមែនជាការប្រកាសសោះ
Firstly, raising these issues has not delayed the proceedings.
ទី1គឺថាការលើកឡើងនៅបញ្ហាទាំងអស់នេះមិនបានពជាទៅដល់ដំណើរការវិធីទេ
The investigation in case Bolton continues and has not been put on hold.
ដោយសារថាកិច្ចស៊ើបស៊ូនៅក្នុងសំណុំរឿងលេខ002កំពុងតែបន្តដល់ឡើយហើយមិនដែលបានផ្ដល់ឡើយ
Secondly, it cannot be considered obstructive if the issue relates to a valid fair trial concern that needs to be addressed.
ទី2ការលើកឡើងទាំងនេះវានឹងមិនបង្ករារាំងមិនមែនជាការបង្ករារាំងនោះទេបើការលើកឡើងទាំងនេះវាពាក់ព័ន្ធទៅនឹងបញ្ហាសវនាការមួយដែលមានសុខភាពនិងប្រកបទៅដោយយុត្តិធម៌ដែលត្រូវតែយកមកដោះស្រាយ
The you'll be aware that the other parties and the judges have taken all these concerns seriously, and not once have the judges considered defence applications to be frivolous.
ហើយអស់លោកទាំងអស់នេះក៏បានដឹងថាភាគីដទៃនេះរួមទាំងចៅក្រមផងគឺថាគាត់បានពិចារណាទៅលើការព្រួយបារម្ភរបស់មេធាវីយ៉ាងធ្ងន់ធ្ងរហើយរងសំណើសុំលោកក៏បន្តរបស់មេធាវីការពារគឺថាមិនត្រូវបានចារចោលម្ដងណាឡើយថាមិនមានមូលដ្ឋានទេ
It's also not true to say defence are raising these issues because they don't want to fight the case on the merits.
ហើយវាក៏មិនមែនជាការពិតដែរក្នុងការដែលលើកឡើងថាមេធាវីការពារគាត់លើកឡើងនៅបញ្ហារបស់នេះដោយសារតែពួកគាត់គឺថាមិនចង់តតាំងរឿងស្អីទៅស្មារតីទៅលើអង្គហេតុផល
The fair trial challenges are complementing, not replacing, the work that defence are doing on the evidence.
ការជជែកតវ៉ានៅក្នុងសវនកម្មរបស់ជាពិភពមួយនោះគឺជាការដែលត្រូវតែបំពេញបន្ថែមប៉ុន្តែការតវ៉ានេះមិនសំដៅថាជាការតវ៉ាជំនួសរបស់ការនោះទេ
The defence are heavily involved in the evidence, and this is evidenced by the fact that they have filed, I think now it's 70 investigative requests before the OCIJ.
មេធាវីការពារគឺមានការចូលពាក់ព័ន្ធយ៉ាងខ្លាំងនៅក្នុងបញ្ហាតានេះហើយតាមដែលខ្ញុំចាំមកទល់នឹងពេលនេះក្រុមមេធាវីការពារទាំងអស់នោះបានដាក់សំណើសុំឲ្យបំពេញកិច្ចសួរនេះចំនួន15ហើយ17ហើយ
It was also said by one of the investigating judges in their press conference that by exercising their rights to silence, the defendants are somehow impeding or slowing down the investigation.
គេក៏បានលើកឡើងផងដែរមានសហចៅក្រមមួយរូបក្នុងចំណោមសហចៅក្រមទាំងពីរគឺថាបានលើកឡើងថាការអនុវត្តសិទ្ធិនៅស្ងៀមមិនឆ្លើយតបមានន័យថាចុះចោលឬក៏ជួយចុះចោលគឺថាគាត់រារាំងឬក៏ធ្វើឲ្យដំណើរការនេះដំណើរការស៊ើបអង្កេតមានការចាក់
That statement offended a number of words.
បាទការដែលលើកឡើងបែបនេះគឺជាការមួយអាចជាការមាក់ងាយឬក៏ថាជាការមួយងាយលើស្រាលដល់មេធាវីការពារប្រទេសនេះដែរ
The lawyers feel that it's inappropriate for a judge to blame the defendants for the speed of the investigation just because the defendants are exercising their valid rights.
ការដែលលើកឡើងថាមេធាវីការពារចូលធ្វើឲ្យមានការយឺតយ៉ាវឬរារាំងទៅដល់បណ្ដាការស៊ើបអង្កេតនេះគឺមិនមែនជាការត្រឹមត្រូវទេពីព្រោះថាការអនុវត្តសិទ្ធិនៅស្ងៀមឆ្លើយតបនេះគឺជាសិទ្ធិស្របច្បាប់
The responsibility for the speed of the investigation lies squarely with the OCIJ and not with the defence.
ដំណើរការស៊ើបអង្កេតជឿនទៅមុខបានគឺថាវាអាស្រ័យទាំងស្រុងទៅលើសហចៅក្រមស៊ើបអង្កេតមិនមែនអាស្រ័យទៅលើវិធីការពារទេ
One of the roles of the judges is to help protect the rights of the accused and not to criticise the use of those rights. បាទតែទូនីតិមួយរបស់ចៅក្រមគឺចឹងគឺគាត់ក៏ត្រូវទៅចូលរួមជួយទៅដល់ជនចាប់ផងដែរគឺមិនមែនទូនីតិរបស់ចៅក្រមមករិះគន់ទៅលើមេធាវីការពារទេ Another misconception is that we don't have to be overly concerned by political interference.
ចំណុចមួយទៀតដែលជាការយល់ច្រឡំផងដែរគឺថាយើងមិនមែនត្រូវការព្រួយបារម្ភធ្ងន់ធ្ងរពេកទៅលើបញ្ហាជាខាងណាមួយទេ
Because we have a pre-trial chamber mechanism for dealing with disputes.
ពីព្រោះចេះដោយសារតែយើងមានអង្គបរិយាជំនុំជម្រះដែលមានទូនីតិដោះស្រាយទៅនឹងវិវាទទាំងអស់នេះ
Now just to remind you, under the dispute mechanism, a disagreement between the co-investigating judges or the co-prosecutors is sent to the pre-trial chamber.
យោងទៅតាមយន្តការដោះស្រាយវិវាទនោះគឺថាប្រសិនណាបើមិនមានការព្រមព្រៀងខាងគ្នាណាមួយក្នុងចំណោមសហគ្រាសញ្ញាឬសហជីវប្រសិទ្ធទេនោះគឺថាគេនឹងអាចដាក់ពីបណ្ដឹងទៅអង្គបរិយាកាស
And unless the pre-trial chamber reaches a supermajority, then the investigation goes forward.
ហើយបើសិនណាជាអង្គបរិយាកាសគឺថាជាទៅដល់សកម្មភាពមួយដែលទទួលបានសម្លេងពិចារណាខាងនោះក្នុងការសង្កេតទៅដល់ប្រទេស
Now some people have suggested this mechanism is a solution to the potential political interference.
មានអ្នកខ្លះលើកឡើងថាយន្តការគឺថាវាបានដល់ដំណោះស្រាយមួយទៅដល់បញ្ហាជាដុំកំពូលដែលព័ន្ធនឹងការជិះជ្រែកខាងនយោបាយ
The defense disagrees with that position.
តែមានវិការវាមិនយល់ស្របទៅលើចំណុចនេះទេ
Under international law, it is clear that the right to be tried by an independent and impartial tribunal is an absolute right that can suffer no exception.
យោងទៅតាមច្បាប់អន្តរជាតិដែលបានចែងឲ្យច្បាស់ថាសិទ្ធិទទួលបានការជំនុំជម្រះដល់ឯករាជ្យនិងប្រកបដោយអាណាចក្រនេះដោយអាណាចក្រគឺថាត្រូវបានកាត់ស្ដែងដល់តុលាការមួយគឺជាសិទ្ធិមួយដាច់ខាតដែលមិនមានការលើកលែងណាមួយឡើយ
Lack of independence is not cured simply because a particular disagreement is sent to the pre-trial chamber.
ការខ្វះឯករាជ្យភាពមិនអាចព្យាបាលឬក៏ថាមិនអាចធ្វើឲ្យជាសះស្បើយដោយសារគ្រាន់តែការដែលបញ្ជូននៅការខ្វះចំណុចរបស់គ្នាទៅឲ្យអង្គបរិយាកាសត្រឹមប៉ុណ្ណេះទេ
And certainly the defense for one of the teams has made their position known through the proposition in the letters that they sent to the co-prosecutors and the co-investigating judges.
ហើយក្រុមវិទ្យាមួយថាបានធ្វើលិខិតមួយក្នុងបាំចំហយ៉ាងឧទាហរណ៍ដែលបានដាក់ជូនទៅសហគ្រាសញ្ញានិងសហជីវប្រផ្សេងៗ
I'll just touch on two concerns briefly. One relates to the medical issues.
ខ្ញុំសូមលើកចំណុចពីរគឺចំណុចទី1ដែលទៅនឹងបញ្ហាផ្នែកខាងសុខាភិបាល
It's well known that the four accused in case files who are very old and they all have chronic health conditions relating to age.
គឺជាទៅនឹងជនជាប់សង្ស័យ4រូបក្នុងសរុបរឿង002ដែលជនជាប់សង្ស័យទាំងអស់នេះគឺថាគាត់មានវិជ្ជាហើយមានជំងឺរ៉ាំរ៉ាប្រចាំខ្លួនផង
The principle is need to have information about their client's medical conditions because those conditions can become legal issues.
មានវិការវាគឺថាមានការព្រួយបារម្ភណាស់ទៅនឹងសុខភាពរបស់បុគ្គលិកគាត់ដូច្នេះគាត់ស្នើសុំឲ្យទទួលបានរាល់ព័ត៌មានទាំងអស់ដែលទៅនឹងសុខភាពរបស់បុគ្គលិកគាត់ហើយបញ្ហារបស់នេះការទាមទារឡើងនេះគឺជាការទាមទារមួយស្របច្បាប់
So not only do they need accurate and detailed reports, but they also need access to their clients when they're taken to hospital.
គាត់មិនចាំបាច់នៅពលរដ្ឋឬប្របាយការពេកនឹងតែវាកាត់ត្រឹមត្រូវអត់ចំនោះទេបើតែគាត់ចង់បានពលរដ្ឋមួយតែមានប្របាយការពេកសម្រាប់បុគ្គលិករបស់គាត់
Over the last 18 months or so, the defense have had problems obtaining quick and accurate information about their client's health.
ជាង18ខែនេះមានវិការវាថាមានបញ្ហាក្នុងការទទួលបានព័ត៌មានដែលទៅនឹងសុខភាពរបស់បុគ្គលិកគាត់ឲ្យបានទាន់ពេលវេលាឬក៏ថាឲ្យបានឆាប់ខាន
And they have also had difficulty seeing their clients when they've been taken to Cambodia Hospital. They've been denied access most of the time.
ហើយនៅពេលដែលគេបុគ្គលិករបស់គាត់យកទៅទៅកាត់ម៉ែត្រក៏មានបញ្ហាទៀតទៅទីនោះដោយសារថាគេមិនអាចឲ្យមានវិការវាជួយបុគ្គលិកគាត់ក្នុងទីទៅកាត់ម៉ែត្រទេ
Now, the co-investigating judges agree with the defence position on medical issues, and they're doing their best to assist the defence. However, problems haven't been fully resolved, partly because of, let's say, a complicated relationship between the court and the county hospital. Now, the last issue I want to speak about is the problem of delay in oral hearings. At least one defence team has said to me that they're very concerned about the time it takes between filing a motion and having an oral hearing in the pre-trial chamber. As you may be aware, it can take several months, and sometimes over 6 months, between the filing of a motion, between filing an appeal and the oral hearing. Actually, I just like to correct myself. It will take over 6 months between the hearing and the decision. I'm not sure how long it takes between the filing of the appeal and the oral hearing. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that the accused have a right to expeditious trial. And under human rights law, this includes the right to expeditious hearings where fair trial issues are involved. That's all I want to say as an introduction, but of course I can take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Richard. So now it's time for question. So after the Richard, GPT, what all the Israeli and Sabo in the basis of the kind of Richard. And I see the police of the kind of your microphone.
Hi, Richard. Given that the prosecution has also said they want the OIOS report released, how optimistic are our defense lawyers that it will be?
I think that's correct to point out that now it's not only the defence but also the civil parties and the prosecution who recognise the importance of making this report available. I haven't measured the optimism of the defence, but I imagine that they feel fairly confident that the parties to the agreement, being the UN and the Royal Government of Cambodia, will do what's necessary to ensure that fair trials are possible.
At this stage, do you know to what extent you know the disagreement between the co-substitute before the judge chamber issues of disagreement between the co-substitute before the judge chamber?
That's not an issue that relates to the defence directly because there's no accused persons in case article 3. So I think that question needs to be directed to the prosecution.
Trong cái khả sử dụng này, mình hãy sử dụng hàng những cái bản tế bởi sao khả sử dụng này vì mình phải sử dụng mũi, cả miền, lúc nông sống đó được bị sâu sâu quay, mà toàn miền sống đó được bị sâu sâu quay mà làm thế, tôi sẽ sử dụng này cụ thể một vài cái số hàng sáng để nhà mình.
So pain from AP. Something that you have is about the one of the man what in around this one here as an exam with by the life of what the band from the exam. Đối với chúng ta chưa dùng bọn người thứ hai là ta hàng luôn như hiện tại là người là vì nên là thành còn còn
Co-lawyers, one of the lawyers of the negotiating team, raised issues last week about peace and security concerning a very sensitive confidential document found. Raised this concern. Do you have any concern or any measure with regard to this security?
I have some views. There has been an investigation into this issue by the security section.
Tôi nhìn ca chặt vào ca sự kế để tôi là tàu này soạn sống của bọn và lại án.
I haven't seen the report yet, so I can't comment on the findings.
Trong tuần chúa ban rồi bài ca sự kế quốc tế tôi sẽ chiêm ở lần tuần 2 là lập còn ca sự kế nên về
But what we do know is that there's been some kind of breach of document security within the tribunal.
Tại tôi chỉ đã thứ hai bên ca một lô cho đó hiệp sống ngăn mình hay sai một phần là cái gì?
Because a confidential defence document that was placed in the shredding box was found unshredded in the boat.
Vì cô hay là sao dạng sống khăn lệ hay sao sống khăn dạng sống khăn của người thì cả bí này được bàn thì cả châu tổng đồng bỏ những người than và rồi bàn rồi khơi tổng đồng châu Âu với tổng đồng là mùi.
Document security is not a new issue in war crimes tribunals. They all have this problem.
Cho nên cái hao khi chúng ta có sẵn sàng lời hay ra nó hiện cái tổng đồng với đơn vị dễ cứ như mình chỉ được đi mùi thế nông nông và là cả tàu từ lượng và làm sự kiện nông là bị trả.
They handle a huge amount of confidential information, and they all have mechanisms for disposing of confidential documents.
Cái viên được ca nông ca rẻ xa hay cái xa sông cát hai phần con thì viên được ca nông ca có tích trao hay cái xa sông cát để trao một cái trao trao một đất viên một cả cái trao.
That is because if confidential documents get into the hands of the opposing party, then it can damage the case.
Vì muốn tham gia này hiện nay cái xa sông ngắt việc lệ của con tay thì khi mà hàng tiết được được hàng thì khi phải trả mất lưu trữ được một cái cột nặng nặng để từ từ đây.
Now there is a system within the EC disposing of confidential documents through shredding?
នៅទីនេះនៅអង្គតបនេះក៏យើងមានវិធានការមួយដែរក្នុងការកំណត់ចោលឯកសារគឺថាទៅកាត់វាឲ្យតូចទៅដល់ស្មែន
It seems to be quite a thorough system, and the shredding boxes are signed over to somebody who has a responsibility of taking them to the shredding room and shredding them, as I understand it.
នេះតាមខ្ញុំយល់ថាមានហាបញ្ហាតែទៅនឹងក្នុងការចាត់តាំងណាម្នាក់ឲ្យគាត់ទទួលខុសត្រូវមើលម៉ាស៊ីនកាត់ក្តារចោលសម្រាប់ឲ្យឯកសារចោលនេះហើយមានហាគឺថាមានការឆ្លងទៅវិញក្នុងការហុចពីដៃតែទទួលឯកសារដល់តែទទួលការប្រាប់ប្រតិចរាចចោល
If there are weaknesses in the system, then I'm sure that they will be addressed by the security section.
ហើយខ្ញុំគិតថាបើសិនណាជាមានចំណុចខ្សោយណាមួយកើតនៅចន្លោះរវាងយន្តការនៃការបង្កើតបញ្ហាឯកសារបែបនេះចោលជឿថាខាងការសន្តិសុខឲ្យធ្វើការសង្កេតគាត់នឹងលើកបញ្ហានោះមកថាជួយ
And I know that the security section is already considering measures to tighten up the security on defence officers.
ហើយតាមខ្ញុំដឹងទៀតគឺថាខាងផ្នែកសន្តិសុខនៅកន្លែងយើងនេះគឺគាត់កំពុងតែពង្រឹងវិធានការមួយជំវិញការការពារទៅដល់ការយ៉ាងណារបស់ប្រវត្តិការពារទាំងអស់
Sự tham rất nhiều mấy
ខ្ញុំចង់សួរតើតើទៅនឹងការតវ៉ារបស់វិធីការពីក្តីតែលើកឡើងក្នុងការរំការនៃជាយ៉ាងនេះតើសង្គមរបស់ពេលនេះមានបានទទួលចម្លើយលើការខាងជាទីអង្គការសហជីវជាតិហើយនិងជាទីមកពីសម្រាប់បានដើម្បីរំលឹកទៅវិញ
In regard to main challenges by different lawyers against Helen Chavez, is there any answer in regard to the UN and Cambodia challenges against Helen Chavez?
As I understand it, there will be more information given to you at the end of this press conference by the spokesperson, so I'd rather not comment on that issue.
តាមខ្ញុំគឺថាបន្ទាប់ពីសន្និសីទពលរដ្ឋនេះគឺថាអ្នកនាំពាក្យសម្រាប់សាលានៃខេត្តអមគឺថាគាត់ជម្រាបពីបញ្ហានេះដូច្នេះមានវិធីការខាងមានវិធីការមានមិនមានយល់អីទៅវិញ
So nhắc đi project trên on cây lái ở cái and on here are going to please be quick if you have more questions because we have to make it solve for Richard. Understanding.
In national co-prosecutor and national co-investigating judge respond to the concern of Nuji defense team about the political interference through media. What is your position now? Yes, it will be needed.
No. His question is that there have been response from the co-prosecutor and co-investigating judges that they don't have political, nobody interfere with their work, no political interference. So are you satisfied with their claim?
Well, I think that the defence team are waiting for the written response from those who haven't responded. And everybody's aware that there's an issue of credibility and legitimacy at stake. And the defence feel sure that the Cambodian prosecutor and the Cambodian investigative judge will appreciate the issues at stake and will provide directing the response?
ខាងក្រុមនៃទីការពារកំពុងតែរងចាំនៅចម្លើយជាអក្សរទាក់ទងនឹងបញ្ហាសុខភាពនិងកិច្ចការពលរដ្ឋនេះ
If I could just try and repeat what I said. Everybody's aware that there's a question of credibility and legitimacy at stake because of the allegations of political interference.
ម្នាក់ៗគឺថាគេក៏ពុកចង់កាន់ពីបញ្ហាសិទ្ធិភាពកិច្ចការពលរដ្ឋទាក់ទងនឹងការចាប់កាន់អ្នកដែលធ្វើការវិជាការងារវិវាទ
So the defence are hoping for clear and direct written response from those who haven't responded to their letters.
ដូច្នេះគឺវិការពារកំពុងតែរងចាំចម្លើយមួយជាអ្នកអាសរឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងសំណើដែលវិការពារបានស្នើសុំនោះទៅនឹងការចាត់បានជួននោះ
So far they have received a written response from Judge Tribunal.
មកទល់ពេលនេះខ្ញុំបានបានទទួលចម្លើយពីអ្នកអាសរពីសហចាប់រដ្ឋសង្កេតទៅមកពិសេសមក
Okay, I think we can wrap up. So thank you, teacher. You have no more questions. Thank you, the speakers. So please be patient. The public affairs section will take the floor now, and you can ask more questions to you before the court will start again. Now, Mr. La Olson, your person to be local say the can't like you look La Olson got to chair legal communication officer. Got chair when try to talk like the net of no spot and no on the beer like a gas out here now. Chân ở đâu nên miền qua miền mấy cái việc chun họ đâu cứ chia sẻ đẹp to nên ở đâu xảy ra là chả biết có được vấn đề gì vậy. Please.
Written by some of the defense teams during the last couple of weeks to the media.
So, học quân đội chúng ta tới đây, trong nên chọn chủ bị chun lên môi trường lúa để cho môi lên cả mấy để bán lên bán đi tham gia đi cao đi đây trong thời gian tới của màn sắp tới trong Friday.
The first issue is related to something which I've seen in the media popularly referred to as the water gate case. The first issue is related to what I've seen in the media called the water lily gate issue.
រឿងចំណុចទី1ដែលខ្ញុំចង់ជម្រាបនេះគឺវាពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយតាមប្រព័ន្ធសារព័ត៌មាននេះគឺរឿងបញ្ហាតពួតបញ្ហាផលិត
It is correct that it has already been stated that the investigation has been completed.
ខ្ញុំក៏សូមជម្រាបផងដែរថាបញ្ហានេះគឺត្រូវបានស៊ើបអង្កេតពេញលេញហើយ
The report is being drafted.
ហើយយើងកំពុងតែធ្វើពង្រៀនរបាយការណ៍ទាក់ទងជាមួយបញ្ហាហ្នឹង
But the main conclusions and findings are clear.
ហើយសេចក្តីសន្និដ្ឋានចុងក្រោយអ្វីដែលរកឃើញគឺជាការចាត់ច្បាប់
There is no evidence to substantiate any allegation of foul play or theft of documents.
តាមពិតទៅយើងពុំរកឃើញមានការដែលគឺការចាប់ប្រកាន់ថាមានបញ្ហាទាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងបញ្ហាដែលសន្សំឯកសារទេ
As a result of the investigation and review inquiry, the security section has made some recommendations which will be in the report.
ហើយឆ្លងតាមការស៊ើបអង្កេតនេះគឺយើងក៏បានអនុសាសន៍ពីខាងសន្តិសុខនៃអនុសាសន៍ទាំងនោះក៏មានចុះនៅក្នុងរបាយការណ៍ផងដែរ
These recommendations relate to the reinforcement of already existing guidelines in the court.
ការដែលយើងអនុសាសន៍ទាំងនោះគឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការពង្រឹងឡើងវិញនៅ
how the defense teams better can manage their own security and document security.
ក្នុងអនុសាសន៍ក្នុងរ៉ែគឺណែនាំឲ្យខាងវិទ្យាការពីក្តីគឺជាពិសេសពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការយកចិត្តទុកដាក់នៅក្នុងការការពារសន្តិសុខឯកសាររបស់ខ្លួននិងការិយាល័យរបស់គាត់
Having in mind the general rule in the court, which is that each office of the court is responsible for the safe and adequate destruction of sensitive documents.
ហើយការពិតទៅគោលការណ៍ទី2នៅក្នុងតុលាការយើងនាទីនេះគឺបានន័យថារាល់ផ្នែកជាមួយនេះគឺក៏បីយកចិត្តទុកដាក់ប្រយ័ត្នប្រយែងជាមួយនឹងបញ្ហាសន្តិសុខឯកសារនិងកន្លែងជាជួបការិយាល័យរបស់គាត់ដែលតជាមួយនឹងឯកសារសម្រាប់តុលាការរបស់គាត់
As I said in my conclusion, there is no evidence to substantiate any allegation of false claim or theft.
ចឹងទេជាសរុបមកខ្ញុំអាចសន្និដ្ឋានបានថាតាមការស៊ើបអង្កេតពុំមានការរកឃើញនៅអ្វីដែលដូចមានការចាប់ប្រកាន់ថាមានការលួចឬក៏មានការធ្វើបន្លំដើម្បីឲ្យមានឯកសារបណ្ដាញនៅក្នុងបលាយទៅទេ
The second issue I would like to give some information about is regarding a letter sent by Mr. Evidentiary's defense team to the Deputy Director to the Tribunal last week.
ចំណុចមួយទៀតខ្ញុំចង់លើកឡើងផងដែរគឺចំណុចទី2ដែលតជាមួយនឹងឯកសារដែលផ្ញើជូនពីខាងមេធាវីរបស់ក្រុមហ៊ានសេរីទៅឲ្យអនុប្រធានរដ្ឋបាលការិយាល័យរដ្ឋបាលរបស់សាលាដីខាងក្រោម
This letter has been referred to extensively in media.
ហើយលិខិតមួយច្បាប់នេះមែនតើទៅខាងប្រព័ន្ធផ្សព្វផ្សាយបានយូរហូរហែរបស់មករួចទៅហើយ
Where the defense team of Evidentiary raises their concerns about appointment of new heads of the victims unit in the ECCC.
ហើយជាការពិតគឺខាងមេធាវីរបស់ក្រុមលោកគីសេរីគឺគាត់មានកង្វល់គាត់ជាមួយបញ្ហាការតែងតាំងរបស់តំណែងថ្មីសម្រាប់ប្រស្រីហេឡិនជាវិសទៅខាងអង្គភាពរបស់ពួកនោះ
Similar concerns were also being raised publicly by the international co-lawyer of Mr. Nonche.
បញ្ហាស្តីគ្នានេះផងដែរក៏ធ្លាប់មានលើកឡើងកាលពីអតីតកន្លងទៅនេះតែតជាមួយបញ្ហានេះគឺដោយមេធាវីសហមេធាវីរបស់លោកជា
I would like to inform you that Mr. Rosenberg sent his response letter to the defense team of Evidentiary yesterday.
ហើយខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបផងដែរថាអនុប្រធានរដ្ឋបាលការិយាល័យរដ្ឋបាលគឺខាងជាអន្តរជាតិគឺលោកនោះនឹងគាត់បានផ្ញើជាឯកសារមួយទៅខាងមេធាវីលោកការពីខាងនេះ
In his response letter, Mr. Rosenberg explains the distribution of responsibilities between the public affairs section and the victims unit when it comes to the outreach portfolios within the ECCC.
ហើយនៅក្នុងលិខិតឆ្លើយតបនោះគឺលោកលោកបានបញ្ជាក់យ៉ាងច្បាស់អំពីការបែងចែកនៅភារកិច្ចទាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងការទទួលខុសត្រូវនៅក្នុងផ្នែកកិច្ចការសាធារណៈនិងខាងអង្គភាពជនរងគ្រោះជាពិសេសកិច្ចការពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយដល់មូលដ្ឋាន
The victims unit is responsible for advocating the victims' rights.
ជាការពិតគឺខាងអង្គភាពជនរងគ្រោះគឺគាត់មានភារៈក្នុងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយអំពីសិទ្ធិរបស់ជនរងគ្រោះ
And the outreach activities of the victims unit will be configured accordingly in order to reach their target audience.
ហើយដោយសារគោលដៅរបស់គាត់នៅក្នុងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយសិទ្ធិរបស់ជនរងគ្រោះអញ្ចឹងទេខាងអង្គភាពជនរងគ្រោះគាត់ត្រូវតែសម្រួលភារកិច្ចในការទទួលខុសត្រូវរបស់គាត់ក្នុងការផ្សព្វផ្សាយទៅរកគោលដៅនោះតែម្ដង
The public affairs sections will continue to discharge the spokesperson functions for the whole of the ECCC.
អញ្ចឹងទេនៅក្នុងនេះគឺខាងការកិច្ចការយាល័យសាធារណៈនេះគឺយើងនឹងនៅតែប្រើមន្ត្រីអ្នកនាំពាក្យរបស់យើងដើម្បីដំណើរឲ្យកិច្ចការរបស់យើងសម្រាប់ការយាល័យកិច្ចការសាធារណៈនេះនៅក្នុងទាំងទូទាំងដំណើរការរបស់សាលាកិច្ចទាំងមូលតែម្ដង
And the outreach activities of the public affairs section is targeting the whole population of Cambodia.
ហើយកិច្ចការផ្សព្វផ្សាយដល់មូលដ្ឋានរបស់ខាងកិច្ចការសាធារណៈគឺយើងដោតទៅលើប្រជាពលរដ្ឋទូទាំងប្រទេសកម្ពុជាទាំងមូលតែម្ដង
The But of course, in order to bring synergy into the outreach activities, there will be a close coordination between the public affairs and victims units.
ហើយនៅក្នុងកិច្ចការបែបនេះយើងមិនលែងអីនឹងត្រូវការសម្របសម្រួលគ្នាក្នុងការធ្វើការផ្សព្វផ្សាយដល់មូលដ្ឋានទាក់ទងជាមួយនឹងផ្នែកទាំងសងខាងគឺផ្នែកខាងកិច្ចការសាធារណៈនិងអង្គភាពជនរងគ្រោះ
While both units will remain conscious of their different roles.
ប្រតិបត្តិនៅក្នុងពេលសហបត្តិការក្នុងការធ្វើការផ្សព្វផ្សាយដល់មូលដ្ឋាននេះគឺការិយាល័យរៀងខ្លួនគឺមានកាតព្វកិច្ចបំពេញទៅតាមគោលដៅជាក់លាក់រៀងខ្លួន
The second issue which was raised by the defense team was related to Dr. Jarvis' personal political views.
ចំណុចមួយទៀតផងដែរដែលខាងមេធាវីកម្មពីក្តីលើកនោះគឺពាក់ព័ន្ធជាមួយនឹងប្រវត្តិនិងគំនិតនយោបាយរបស់លោកស្រីគំនិត Helen Jarvis តែម្ដង
In his response letter, Mr. Rosenthal holds that every staff has a right to their personal political views.
ហើយនៅក្នុងលិខិតឆ្លើយតបរបស់ខ្ញុំទៅកាន់ការិយាល័យទៅកាន់មេធាវីកម្មពីក្តីនោះលោកបានបញ្ជាក់យ៉ាងច្បាស់ថាជនគ្រប់រូបមានសិទ្ធិនៅក្នុងការបញ្ចេញគំនិតទស្សនៈនយោបាយផ្ទាល់ខ្លួន
And he believes that as an official of the court, Dr. Jarvis is discharging her functions in a professional manner.
ហើយគាត់បានបន្តទៀតថានៅក្នុងឋានៈគាត់ជាមន្ត្រីរបស់សាលាក្តីខ្មែរក្រហមលោកស្រីបណ្ឌិត Helen Jarvis គាត់មានតួនាទីពេញលេញនៅក្នុងការដែលបញ្ចេញទស្សនៈបាន
We would like to emphasize that the right to hold opinions, the right to freedom of thought and freedom of expressions, and the right to freedom of associations with others are fundamental human rights.
អញ្ចឹងក៏គាត់យើងខ្ញុំសូមជម្រាបផងដែរថាតកតជាមួយនឹងបញ្ហាសិទ្ធិនៅក្នុងការបញ្ចេញយោបល់សិទ្ធិនៅក្នុងការលើកអំពីគំនិតនយោបាយតខ្លួននិងសិទ្ធិបែបនេះគឺជាសិទ្ធិមូលដ្ឋានសម្រាប់សិទ្ធិមនុស្សជាទូទៅ
And Dr. Jarvis' political affiliations were well known prior to her appointment as the new head of the victims unit.
ហើយតកតជាមួយនឹងគំនិតនយោបាយរបស់លោកស្រីបណ្ឌិត Helen Jarvis នេះមិនមែនតែមាននៅពេលនេះទេគឺគាត់មានតាំងតែពីគាត់មិនទាន់បានចូលធ្វើការនៅក្នុងសាលាក្តីខ្មែរក្រហមនេះមកម្ល៉េះគឺជាប្រធានផ្នែកអង្គភាពក៏មានមេធាវីសំដៅអ្នកក៏ពីជនរងគ្រោះ
And as a conclusion, the Deputy Director of Administration fully supports the appointment of Dr. Jarvis as the new head of the victims unit.
ហើយបន្ថែមទៅនេះទៅទៀតគឺអនុប្រធានស្ដីទីរបស់ខាងផ្នែករដ្ឋបាលរបស់សាលាក្តីនេះក៏បានគាំទ្រในការតែងតាំងលោកស្រី Helen Jarvis នៅក្នុងតំណែងជាប្រធានអង្គភាពជនរងគ្រោះផងដែរ
This is what the court has to say in this matter, and we will not issue any more statements in this regard.
ហើយនេះគឺជាចំណុចអ្វីដែលតុលាការយើងចង់ជម្រាបជូនបងប្អូនទាំងអស់ឲ្យបានជ្រាបហើយយើងនឹងពុំធ្វើជាសេចក្តីថ្លែងការណ៍អ្វីដែលយើងពិនិត្យដល់ទីទេ
If there's any question to us regarding the distribution of responsibilities between victims unit and public affairs, I'm sure someone can answer. But if you have any other questions, general decency questions, you can also address them now.
ខ្ញុំជឿថាបើសិនជាលោកស្រីចង់មានជំនួសតកតជាមួយនឹងការបែងចែកភារកិច្ចរវាងកិច្ចការសាធារណៈនិងខាងអង្គភាពជនរងគ្រោះខ្ញុំជឿថាលោកសម្បត្តិលោកនឹងអាចឆ្លើយតបទៅនឹងជំនួសទាំងនោះបានគឺក៏លោកមានចម្ងល់តកតជាមួយនឹងការទូទៅរបស់តុលាការតែម្ដងគឺក៏លោកអាចដោះស្រាយបាន
Thank you. សូមអរគុណលោកឡាសចឹងដោយគាត់ប្រាប់បើយើងមានសួរអីទាក់ទងនឹងបញ្ហាមិនដែលគាត់លើកហ្នឹងសូមសួរមកកាន់រូបខ្ញុំឬរូបគាត់យើងនឹងឆ្លើយ So if you have any question please directly ask me regarding the outreach activity of the court from public affairs section and also outreach activity conducted by the victim unit. Please refer your question to us. Thank you.
សាលាការសូមឆែករឿងរូបអាប់រូបចំក្នុងអាយុខែ7តាមមានការប្រែប្រួលtrong
As initially stated that the substantive hearing of Dosh would be expected to end
តាមពិតការដែលជ្រើសរើសយកថ្ងៃ2ខែ7ថាជាការបរិច្ឆេទនៃការបញ្ចប់សាលនាការរបស់លោកការនាយកខាងលើនេះគាត់ជាការព្រៀងរបស់ខាងការិយាល័យសាលាដំបងទេ
I think to answer to your question regarding the speculation that the 2nd of July would be the ending of the hearings on Deutsche case is just a speculation made by the trial chamber itself.
ដូច្នេះតើការជ្រើសរើសយកថ្ងៃនេះអាចចប់តាន់ពេលដែលគាត់បានទៅទេនេះគឺមានតែពួកគាត់ទេដែលជាអ្នកបញ្យល់ប្រាប់យើងនៅពេលក្រោយប៉ុន្តែមកដល់ពេលនេះគាត់មិនទាន់បានជំរាបទេ
Whether the 2nd of July would be the ultimate time for the trial chamber to finish its mission concerning Deutsche's case depends on their own responsibility. So far, we have not been informed whether there has been any change. Thank you.
ខ្ញុំចង់សរុបនៅក្នុងនេះបន្តិចពីបានចំបីមានសុភ័ណ្ឌមានជនប្រកបអ្នកប្របានទៅទីនេះតាមគាត់ទៅហើយមួយថ្ងៃនេះគាត់ប្របានទៅទីនេះហើយសម្រួលទី2ខ្ញុំទៅជួបមកដែរថាភាសាទីឡាមានភាសាបានពីការសម្ដែងរបស់ឡាកាប៉ុន្តែថានៅសប្តាហ៍ក្រោយនេះថាអាចមានសាក្សីអាចនឹងមកស្ដាប់ពីឡាកាបានទីព្រោះលោកទីឡាកាមានអង្គការថាសាក្សីពីនេះទៅនិយាយប្រហែលជាវាភាសាដែលយើងគាត់បាននិយាយពីបញ្ហាយុទ្ធវិធីតាមការសម្ដែងហើយអាចមានសាស្ត្រយុទ្ធវិធីរួមរួមនៃអាចប្រែប្រែប្របាននិយាយទៅ
I would like to put this question directly to the spokesperson. And recently, I observed that one of the charged persons is admitted to the hospital. And so, who is actually that person? And number 2, it is about the calling, the summoning of more witnesses to testify before the court next week. I know it is a kind of confidentiality that must be kept maintained by the court, but could you please share with us if you know anything whether anyone is expected to be called to testify in the next week proceedings? Because 2 of the witnesses have been, the testimony of the 2 witnesses have been delayed due to the fact that the trial chamber has spent so much time hearing the fact.
Thank you, Superior. I think you know the answer already. You said it's a confidentiality, but you still want to know. So I think only the judge have right to tell you before anybody come in to speak to the court. And we don't want to make presumption because it is a court issue. But for sure, there will be more witnesses to come next week.
ដើម្បីឆ្លើយតបចំពោះសំណួរលោកខ្ញុំគិតថាវាជាក់ច្បាស់ណាស់គ្រូលោកដឹងអំពីកិច្ចការសម្ងាត់របស់តុលាការយើងហើយជាការពិតគឺវាជាកិច្ចការសម្ងាត់យើងក៏មិនអាចជម្រាបលោកបានដែរលើកលែងតែលោកចក្រមខ្លួនឯងទៅអាចជម្រាបលោកហើយខ្ញុំក៏មិនចង់ធ្វើការប៉ាន់ស្មានអ្វីមួយឲ្យខុសដែរព្រោះថាសប្តាហ៍តទៅទៀតនេះនឹងមានសាក្សីច្រើនស្ថានភាពចូលមកបង្ហាញខ្លួនធ្វើសកម្មកម្ម
Regarding to your first question, early this morning, airplane, Madame Ian Piran was taken to the hospital for regular medical checkup, and she will be back when the doctor released her.
ហើយតើតើជាមួយនឹងសំណួរទី1របស់លោកដែលសួរតើតើជាមួយជនត្រូវចោទពីណាដែលត្រូវបានបញ្ជូនទៅទីពេទ្យកាលពីព្រឹកមិញនេះគឺការពិតគឺលោកស្រីអៀងធីរិនហើយការដែលគាត់ទៅពេទ្យលើកនេះក៏មិនខុសពីលើកមុនដែរគ្រាន់តែជាការទៅពិនិត្យសុខភាពតាមធម្មតារបស់គាត់តែប៉ុណ្ណោះឯងហើយវិជ្ជាបណ្ឌិតលោកបានអនុញ្ញាតឲ្យគាត់វិលត្រឡប់មកវិញទៅ
Just to add to that, that is expected to be this afternoon. Just to add to that, she's expected to return to the detention facility this afternoon.
We know what you want to know. Anything happened to them, and we also want to know anything happened to them. But it is not yet a school for you right now. It is just regular medical checkup. That's all.
កម្មវិធីដូចលោកអ្នកស្ដាប់ព័ត៌មានលោកព្រួយបារម្ភអំពីអ្វីកើតឡើងចំពោះរូបពួកគាត់ហ្នឹងគឺក៏មិនខុសពីក្តីកង្វល់របស់ពួកយើងដែរគឺតែចង់ដឹងអញ្ចឹងដូចគ្នាខ្លាចតែលោកគាត់មានបញ្ហាអីគ្រាន់តែថានេះគាត់ជាការថែកលើសុខភាពតាមបែបធម្មតារបស់ឯងមិនទាន់មានបញ្ហាទេ
And when we have the concrete information relating to any one of them, so we will let you know publicly.
ហើយគឺខ្ញុំនឹងជូនលោកឲ្យបានជាពីព័ត៌មាននេះគ្នានៅពេលដែលយើងបានដឹងអំពីព័ត៌មានជាក់លាក់តទៅជាមួយនឹងការវិវត្តសុខភាពរបស់ពួកគាត់នៅពេលរចនាមួយដែលយើងទទួលបាន
Thank you. អរគុណខ្ញុំយល់ថាសាវនាការយើងជិតចាប់ដើមហើយអ្វីដែលជាការបញ្ជាក់អនឡាញគឺបានច្បាស់ហើយ
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. Before we give the floor to the Civil Party Lawyer Group 4, Mr. Hong Kam Soon, the trial chamber would like to inform to the parties concerning the agenda for trial management meeting. Tomorrow, on the 11th of June 2009, starting from 9 a.m. here at the courtroom. The following items are the agenda. Number 1, estimated duration of the trial proceedings. Starting from the time we meet during the trial management meeting until December 2009. Number 2, the problems over availability of lawyers for the parties and staff and administration issues. Number 3, the sitting hours. Number 4, trial recesses. Trial recesses including the public holiday that the trial chamber will not be sitting, or during the plenary session that the trial chamber may not be sitting. Number 5, guidelines on the implementation of Rule 87.3 and 87.6 correction as requested by the trial chamber for the amendment. Number 6, allocation of time for presentations by civil parties that the chamber has decided according to the parties who are to present their statements before the chamber. Number 7, any other matters as needed. So item number 7 will be reserved for other matters that may arise apart from the 6 said items. And the purpose of the trial management meeting is to make sure that we can proceed more expeditiously in the proceedings as much as we can. And in order to be clear, I would like to give the floor to Judge Sylvia Cartwright to emphasize further on the items of the agenda in English, because during the discussion the time was short, so she may wish to also emphasize further in the English version. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the English was reasonably clear, but I will just go back over the topics on the agenda and perhaps mention one matter that, for information of the parties, there will be a swearing in at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then the trial management meeting will convene. But it will be a very short swearing in of an investigator. So please be here at 9 a.m. and ready to proceed with the trial management meeting. So the list of topics for the trial management meeting are as follows: the estimated duration of the trial proceedings. Secondly, discussion of any problems over availability of lawyers for the parties, and discussion with the administration over staff and administration issues. Thirdly, sitting days. 4, trial recesses. 5, guidelines on the implementation of Rule 83.3 and Rule 87.6. This is a reference to a proposal for an amendment that has been put by the trial chamber, and we will need to expand on this tomorrow. 6, allocation of time for presentations by civil parties. And 7, any other matters that lawyers for the parties may wish to raise. I hope that's now clear in English and in Khmer. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, Judge Lavigne, you take the floor.
Judge Lavigne, just one clarification concerning point 3 of the agenda, which in French was translated as the schedule, the hour schedule. In fact, we're speaking about the days when the chamber will convene, not just about the hours.
The President, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if possible, would the proposed amendment to Rule 87 be able to be provided through the graphias to the parties before we leave today or at the end of the day? The reason why I say that is that it might help us align our ideas with the direction that the trial chamber is heading, so that we can offer something as effective as possible tomorrow.
The floor is yours, Mrs. Cartwright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. There is the addition of one phrase to Rule 87.3. The new phrase is "or appropriately identified in court." So you will see in the second last sentence of the main part of 3 that currently evidence from the case file is considered put before the chamber if its content has been summarized or read out in court. The proposal by the trial chamber is that the last part of the sentence will read, if its content has been summarized, read out, or appropriately identified in court. That is the only change to 87.3. There is also a proposal for an amendment which would become 87.6, a new provision. This reads, where the co-prosecutors and the accused agree that alleged facts contained in the indictment are not contested, the chamber may consider such facts as proven. Do you need that repeated?
No, thank you, Your Honour. That's very...
I need to stress that this is a proposal. It is not yet an amended rule.
Mr. President, Mr. Alang Wagner, we note your presence. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I request, just for us to understand clearly, one clarification on the point 6? My understanding in English is allocation of time by presentation by civil parties. Are we talking about the fact that our civil parties, some of our civil parties are going to testify in court, or the fact that the lawyers are asking questions?
The number 6 in the agenda relates to the first. That is the time allocated for civil parties personally to make their presentations.
I'm grateful for this clarification.
The President, the next proceedings is about the questionings again to the accused. So Mr. Hong Kum Soon, you can now proceed with the questions to the accused. So how much time do you think you would need to put further questions to the accused? Mr. Hong Kum Soon, thank you, Mr. President. I have only one last question, and I would like the accused to briefly respond to my question. So if he doesn't know, he just say no or yes. The question is, when it comes to the document of Mr. Nayan Chanda, and I would like to pinpoint one passage stated on page 241 in Khmer, in document D91/1. Here the ERN reference number is 001915 46. My question here is related to the armed conflict. On that page, it is about the relationship that led to the conflict between Vietnam and Cambodia and Soviet, and China were also involved. I don't know whether it is accurate that the Khmer translation of Nayan Chanda is that true of the content. Do you know that Vietnam broadcast in 1978 accusing China of using Cambodia for to cause the conflict with Vietnam? The accused, Mr. Kum Soon, could you please state it clearly which date you refer to? Mr. Hong Kum Soon, it is on the 21st of February 1978 and it was broadcast on Hanoi radio. Mr. Kangkek Eo, Mr. President, actually I did not listen to that radio broadcast. The war was already open, so any accusations on radio broadcast was common because when the war broke up. Thank you, Mr. President. I have no further questions at the moment. Mr. President, I would like now to give the floor to Civil Party Lawyers Group 3. The floor is yours.
Ms. Rabesandratana. Mr. President, Your Honors, given the scope, the very complete scope that we have now about the armed conflict, and given also the fact that the victims' rights are not being jeopardized by the answers that were provided, and given the fact that group number 3 does not want to prolong the debate uselessly, we will not put any questions to the accused on this topic of the conflict.
President, thank you, Mrs. Lawyer. I would like now to give the floor to Civil Party Lawyer Group 2 if they would wish to put questions to the accused. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. The same for for our group. We have no questions which are related directly to the armed conflict, and other questions which could be asked on functioning or other items. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mrs. Stutzinski. Next, we would like to give the floor to the Civil Party Lawyers for Group number 1.
We have no questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
The President, thank you, Mr. Alang Wagner. Next, I would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel, if you would wish to put questions to the accused. Mr. Kasawut, thank you, Mr. President. The Defense Counsel notes that Mrs. Cartwright already asked question significantly that we believe that we have no further questions to put to the accused rather than a repetitious question, so we are not making any questions. What about the defense counsel, the international co-lawyer? President say the floor is yours.
Ms. Canizares, thank you, Mr. President. The defense has no further questions to put to the accused on this particular point.
Mr. President, is there any judges of the bench who would wish to put further questions to the accused? Without further questions, I would like to have some questions to the accused. You said Pol Pot used the 6th of January 1976 as the anniversary for the victory over the Vietnamese army. Did you say so? The accused. Mr. President, of course I have mentioned about it and it is true. The President, can you tell the court what was the reason behind the use of that date for the anniversary of the victory over the Vietnamese troops? The accused, Mr. President, before the 6th of January, Vietnamese troops invaded deep inside into Cambodia's territory and the Khmer Rouge armies drove them back. And that's why on the 6th of January there was a big rally to commemorate the victory. Mr. President, are you aware of the invasion of the Khmer Rouge troops into the Vietnamese territory? The accused, there has no actual document to support such a statement, so I am not in the position to make any further comments regarding that matter. The President, have you ever received any information concerning that matter? Because we observed that when we talk about the armed conflict between Cambodia and Vietnam, and number two, you said that there were some kind of counterattack. So in Khmer, it can be understood that when you, with your expression that counterattack, it means someone fought and then someone fought back. So through my observation, it is that when Vietnamese people were arrested, and the three categories of the Vietnamese people who were arrested and sent to S21, which include some people who were arrested in Vietnamese territory. That's why the term conflict attracts us, because it's what we call the counterattack. The accused, thank you, Mr. President. Among the 17 people in the list this morning, I know that 5 of them, I acknowledge that were arrested from Vietnamese territory. However, regarding the operation, military operation of the Khmer Rouge troops into the Vietnamese territory, I don't think I have obtained any information. Although I attended a session with Pol Pot in 1978 that to protect our land is to attack, unlock, and Wanling. So that's why I said that there was a counter-attack, and I did not know how far the Vietnamese troops intruded into Cambodia territory. The President, thank you. Since the hearing on the topic concerning the armed conflict comes to an end, and although we have not heard the two witnesses, according to the delay in the discussion, we have already informed the public and the parties that those two witnesses will be summoned again in the fact concerning the operation of S-21 and Cheung Ag at appropriate time, and the Chamber will notify the parties about this. The Chamber would like to also inform to the parties to the proceedings that today's hearing is adjourned, and the session will be resumed on the 15th of June 2009. And the next fact at issue will be the operation of S-21 and including Cheung Ag. So please be informed. For tomorrow's session, there will be a trial management meeting because there has been several issues that we need to discuss in details of how we can manage the future proceedings and what would be the best solution to expedite the proceedings. So we would like to pronounce that today's hearing is adjourned, and parties to the proceedings are invited to attend tomorrow trial management meeting as scheduled. The public is not advised to come because tomorrow it is not the public session for the public. It is more about technical mechanisms for the trial to proceed expeditiously, and it is not necessary that the public are invited. So please be informed. The security personnel, please take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him in tomorrow. Arguments, I apologize.
Judge Lavergne, I'm not sure I understood everything you said. There may be translation issues, but what I seem to have understood at the end of your statement is that Pol Pot considered the resistance movement of Khmer Krom to be part of enemies of democratic Kampuchea because he deemed them to be somehow affiliated with the USA. Is this what you said? Can you confirm that this is what you said?
The accused, Your Honor, Pol Pot did think so. Thank you. That's all.
Judge Lavergne, I still have a few questions. I don't know if we should break now or after my questions.
The President, Judge Lavergne, you may proceed putting further questions before we take an adjournment.
Judge Lavergne, we also spoke yesterday or the day before, I don't remember exactly, about the people who were members of the full role of the United Front for the Liberation of Oppressed Races. And you explained that 3 of these people had been released from S21, and this was something that was exceptional. Can you therefore explain to us why specifically they were released and what this front represented for the CPK?
The accused. Thank you, Your Honor, for bringing up this matter. Thank you, Your Honor, for raising this question. The Full Rose movement was initially established by the French. Later on, I learned that the US also took control of the movement. In 1978, Full Row people appointed their low-level delegation, the 2-person delegation, so far as I remember, to contact the CPK. And their request was identical to that of the Khmer Crown movement. And the response from Pol Pot through Uncle Nguyen was the same, that they had to be smashed. A few days or months later, Full Row appointed 2 more people. These 2 people arrived at S21 only to learn that I had been asked by Uncle Nguyen to work with him, and then he told me that Angka said that Angka asked you to leave or to spare these 2 people and that they shall not be beaten. So I made them interrogate them and then forwarded the request to him. After having handed the request to him, then he allowed the 2 people to be accompanied to meet the Full Row group where they belonged. These two people included E. Peng Punal, the captain.
ហើយម្នាក់ទៀតឈ្មោះ
And another one is E. Plane.
ពីរនាក់នេះខ្ញុំមិនទាន់បានលេងចេញផង
I did not release them yet. The other man came in. And in principle, when the full row people were released, the S21 had to apply the principle, and we did not interrogate them. I may even elaborate further that this moment in the plateau of Tai Nguyen, later on I heard through radio of Khmer Rouge about the Dega Full Row. Vietnamese call Tai Nguyen Plateau. Tai Nguyen Plateau, correction. The Vietnamese call this area as Tai Nguyen. Nguyen. But the tribal people call this area as Dega. Dega.
Est-ce que vous pourriez...
Judge Lavergne, could you please spell out the names when you mention them?
I have not seen the full words, but I can spell as
D-E-G-A, says the accused in French.
D-A-G-A. So the reason I elaborated this is that Pol Pot and Full Row had contact with one another, because he released the two members of the Full Row. And Ibn Ibai ran with me after the 7th of January, and we departed in Posat province. In conclusion, I would like to sum up the CPK line toward the Full Row people. Pol Pot still regarded the Full Row as the enemy, although after the 31st of December 1977, he still regarded the Full Row as the enemy. When the situation became so intense that he regarded the Full Row as, this time, a friend. His theory was that when he was drowning, he did not even sought to have a life saving device. Just a small bottle could save him. So the enemies had to be smashed. They could be spared only in the names of the prisoners whose life was spared but still being the prisoners. Number two, when they were regarded as friends, they shall be supported. Then released. Then they were sent to meet their leaders. So this is about the behavior of the political nature of Pol Pot. So his attitude regarding full row had changed like that. That's why later on he regarded the group as friend. That's all. Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge Lavergne, do you agree to consider that the full row represented a military force? And if so is the case, do you consider that the full row participated in an armed conflict with Vietnam?
The accused. I do not know how to respond to you, Your Honor, but I will report to you my understanding on this matter. Ipeng Punel, which was ordered to release by the superior, he was a captain. As for the main leader of the full row, named Itaham Minul, he was a general. They had weapons or not, I did not know. At that time I did not ask. Because when I was ordered to release, so I was happy to release in order to accomplish the objective of the superior. This is my response to you, Your Honor. The President, it is now for a break. The chamber will adjourn for 20 minutes until 11 a.m. when we will resume our hearing again. President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. So the proceeding will continue on the armed conflict discussion. Before I hand the floor to Judge Lavange, I would like to inform the parties and the public that the testimony of witness KW09, which was scheduled today, however, based on the rescheduling of the hearing time, the Chamber considered it's not possible to hear the testimony of the KW09 today because the discussion on the current fact takes longer than expected. And this witness testimony will be rescheduled at a later date when it comes to the facts on the operation of S-21 and June 8. And he will be called at an appropriate time. Court officer, you are instructed to inform the witness and expert support unit to facilitate the KW09 witness to return to his residence. The notification will be informed at a later date for his testimony. I would like now to give the floor to Judge Lavange to continue his questions to be posed to the accused regarding the armed conflict.
Judge Lavergne, could you recall for us the exact date at which upon which Son Sen left Phnom Penh, and the date from which you were linked up with Uncle Nun?
The accused. This is a strange matter. Therefore, I remember both the locations and the date that I went to see Uncle Nun. It was on the 15th August 1977. And it was at the Saramarat Buddhist Institute. It was not on the ground floor, but it was at the upper floor. So this is my response. Thank you.
Judge Lavergne, please don't give us too many details. I just wanted the date. Could you also tell us whether you were aware of the reasons why Son Sen left Phnom Penh, and do you know where he went and what he did at that time?
The accused, Your Honor. First, I was not sure of the direction he went, either to Mae Mut to organize the forces, however, later on, he called Comrade Ho to defend his office. And later on, he telephoned to me from Net Leung, so it means he was based in Net Leung at the time. So that was what I knew.
Judge Lavergne, where is that base located exactly?
The accused, the clear location when he called me was at Nẹ Lương. Your Honor, you know that Nẹ Lương was on the way on the National Road number 1 along the Mekong River.
Judge Lavergne, consequently, could it be said that this is close to the border between Cambodia and Vietnam?
The accused, it was not really close to the Vietnamese-Cambodian border. We have 2 more provinces before we reach the border. Nẹ Lương is located in the Condal province, and we have to cross the Mekong River and then the Pre Vang province. And next, we will reach the Vietnamese territory. From what I can estimate, Nẹ Lương is not more than 100 kilometers from Phnom Penh. It is less than 100 kilometers from Phnom Penh.
Judge Lavergne, another question on a different subject now. Reference was made earlier on to interrogations of Vietnamese prisoners. You told us that such interrogation was conducted chiefly by one person, Nam Mai. In the case file, there are a number of confessions which are drafted in French. They are confessions of Vietnamese prisoners. Are you aware of the existence of such confessions in the French language, and who drafted and wrote such confessions in French?
The accused, Your Honor, the person who could write the French language is a Vietnamese person. He was a lieutenant. He was a government soldier of the South Vietnamese government. And his name is Hu Dinh Ngào. He knew French and English. And I think it was only him who wrote the French version.
Judge Lavergne, there were several confessions, but this is not a major problem. Your Honor, I have no further questions for the accused. Thank you.
The President, for the next session, the Chamber would give the floor to the parties to put questions regarding the armed conflict. However, before I do that, I would remind all the parties that the fact to be put for discussion before us is about armed conflict. That is the armed conflict between the Democratic Cambodia and the Republic Socialist of Vietnam during the time that the Democratic Cambodia controlled the country from the 17th April 75 until the 6th January 1979. And the second reminder is that it is the Chamber's observation that the timing for the trial has been delayed and extended. In fact, the scheduling for the hearing of the two testimonies of the two witnesses have been delayed due to the time it took for the discussion on these two facts. So let me remind all the parties that the facts of the armed conflicts need to be cleared and differentiated from the operation of S-21. And in fact, when it comes to the relevancy of the armed conflict and the result of such conflict at S-21, you have to be sure that the Vietnamese prisoners of war at S-21 have been questioned by Judge Cartwright to the accused already. So fundamentally, in general, the accused already responded to this part of the questions, and the information is acceptable for us. For other matters related to the treatment on the fact will be discussed in details regarding the facts on the operations of S-21 and Chương 8, which will come after the facts on the armed conflict. So all the parties who will pose the question to the accused need to be mindful and concentrate on the precise questions related only to the armed conflict and not go into the details of the operation of S-21, although it might be relevant to the Vietnamese people who were sent to S-21. We can discuss the detail on this matter when it comes to the following fact. I would like now to give the floor to the co-prosecutor. If you have any questions to be put regarding the facts to the accused.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Kang Kek Il, yesterday you said that the conflict between Cambodia and Vietnam, it was a chronological and very bitter war. Was it a policy of the CPK then? Yes, it is true. It was a political line that we understand it is true. Question. Did you aware about the fighting between the two armies, the accused? I knew that for sure. It was a war. It was after the 6th of January. That was the date I know. The prosecutor, did you know that the Vietnamese soldier invaded Cambodia? Response, the Vietnamese troop invaded Cambodia. It was actually a war. It was after 6 January 1978. Question, what was your view in relation to the invasion by the Vietnamese troop at that time? Response, I said to Judge Cartwright of the trial chamber that between Cambodia and Vietnam, it was a kind of fighting back and forth. They fought against us and then we fought against them. I thought like that at that time. Question, do you have a feeling that you hate those Vietnamese troops? response. This matter, it was my feeling then. However, the matter that I can recall and I remember all the times, it's a problem that we were in a quarrel, we fight them and they fight against us. As when we listen to the testimony by Nayan Chanda, it was a chronic matters. If it was the Indochina political line, the mastery line of Pol Pot, it will die in Cambodia. So I inform to you, it was a chronic disputes and it is a fierce quarrel. But it was in the case 002. After 1954, Lê Yun was also, he considered himself as the father of the Indochina. And then Pol Pot himself would like to have the party so that he can have the same level as the Vietnamese party and equivalent to the Laos party and equivalent to the Marxist-Leninist party in the world. That was my understanding, and I hate that situation. There was no particulars. I only know that they kill Cambodians, and we also can kill the Vietnamese. Case 002. After 1954, Lê Yun was also, he considered himself as the father of the Indochina. And then Pol Pot himself would like to have the party so that he can have the same level as the Vietnamese party and equivalent to the Laos party and equivalent to the Marxist-Leninist party in the world. That was my understanding, and I hate that situation. There was no particulars. I only know that they kill Cambodians, and we also can kill the Vietnamese. Question: you said that Pol Pot wished to have the Communist Party of Cambodia to have the equivalent level as other parties. Was there any statement by Pol Pot in relation to this matter? The accused, the statement, it is the practice of Leninists in the world. They never made any statement. They kept it as confidential. Question: because I see that one statement of Pol Pot on the 17th of January 1978, extract from the speech of Pol Pot, who was the secretary of the Communist Party of Cambodia, and he mentioned about, he said that they committed in a rude and cruel and invaded, and it is believed to be the father of the Indochina and also the big brother of Indochina. They declared themselves to the public that the small people in Indochina shall respect them and under their orders, and the documents ERN in Khmer 00 22 48 37 2 00 2 2 4 8 5 2, and in English ERN 000 8 6 71 2000 8678 on the second page of the Khmer language. Did you know about this statement? Response, Mr. Prosecutor, I responded to your question. I remember to the story of happened before the 31st of December 1978. So I heard, or I read, at least I heard on the radio. Thank you that you make this question to me. The prosecutor, during the control of the DK, did you know about the armed conflict between DK and Vietnam? So how many phases and stage of that conflict did you know of that? Could you raise only the main point of the conflicts? The accused, Mr. Prosecutor, as I mentioned again and again before Judge Cartwright, that there were only two phases. The first one is from the 17th April 1975 until the 6th of January 1978. So I very interested in that date. During that period, so we can use the term in Khmer, we tug of war conflicts. So it is kind of fighting each other. But when we look into the story in itself, the Cambodians sneak into Vietnamese to conduct espionage, and then they send their agent to Cambodia, but there was an arrest back and forth, and they came into Cambodia and they take any information or spy against us, and they another case that they want to remove the boundary posts and so on. So I would like to tell you that I forget some information, but the politics, it's the most leading issues, and they want to take us as part of the Indochina Federation. It was a conflict between Pol Pot and Le Yun. This is the core of the matter. I'm not referring to the secretary of the Vietnamese Communist Party. It was a very tough quarrel between Pol Pot and Le Yun. So they want to get the Cambodia as the one of the federation of the Indochina, and Pol Pot want to be independent. So I did not follow the small conflict in the lower stage. So it is the truth that the document I annotated on the document that Judge Cartwright showed me. Question: did you know about the plan of using the force to move the Vietnamese out of Cambodia? Because in a document, the black paper produced by the Cambodia, Democratic Cambodia, page 64, 65, said that the Communist Party of Cambodia requests that the Vietnamese to move out before 1975, and all of them should be moved out in June 1975. And it also mentioned that it's only a small number of Vietnamese left Cambodia. And in that case, the Communist Party of Cambodia sent its troops to force those Vietnamese out of Cambodia. Did you know about that facts? The accused, Mr. Prosecutor, I do not know that. As I told you, I told hearing yesterday, I saw that black book until 1983. So about the conflict, about the force or the forcing out of the people of Vietnamese, I have no idea. The prosecutor, based on your indication that you attended the meeting with the senior leader, did they raise anything about the armed conflicts of the democratic Cambodia with the neighboring countries? The accused, Mr. Prosecutor, I never attended such a meeting, and the superior asked me to work, and they need to instruct me to do the work at S21. I need to use this word to do the work. And the study session, yes, I did. They are talking mostly about the conflict between Lê Yun and Pol Pot about the mastery political line. These are in the study session. Regarding the matter that they asked me to do the work in S21, so they instructed me to do the right work, and this is the wrong works. The prosecutor, yesterday you said that you attended in the session in which Pol Pot was the presenter, and you said that Pol Pot mentioned about the democratic Cambodia troop victory over the Vietnamese troop. Is it true you said that? The accused, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. As I call it as the meeting to appreciate the victory of the army in the 6th of January. It was me alone attending that meeting with them. The prosecutor, when you heard about the conflict and did you take this information to disseminate among your subordinate and staff? The accused, what I heard from the secretary of the party to me, I am the member of the S21 committee. I took that message and sent to the subordinate and S21. It's like a rule that I have to follow. Question: was there any senior leader went to conduct any training or study session at S21? The accused, Mr. Prosecutor, you asked me that whether or not the senior leader went to conduct a training session. I think that you refer to a member of the standing committee. Yes, there was only one, Mr. Son Sen, who went there on the 24th of April 1977. The question, did you know why and what was the topics of the study session? The accused, Mr. Prosecutor, Son Sen went there. It's not really a teaching, but in fact he chaired the annual meeting of S21 to learn the opinion or the views of the subordinate regarding my leadership. It was a annual Congress of S21. It's not a normal political training session. Question: as you said, Son Sen had no program to teach other than what you said. Is it correct? The accused, Mr. Prosecutor, it was a normal annual meeting It was next to Borei Kaila. It's in the building like the boat roof. And the 24th of April 1977, he went to S21 to chair the general meeting of the S21 committee. Question. Yesterday you said that the Communist Party of Cambodia maintain and continue maintain that conflicts as confidential. Did you know what was the purpose of this regime for not disclose that conflict to the public? The accused. I analyze and I conclude it is my assumption to you. I assume that the conflict between the two Marxist party, they have to struggle and solve in secret. But I can say it's a political political class and military. They kept that as confidential. But after the war broke and then they issued statement, I believe that it is the practice of the two Marxist-Leninist parties in the neighboring country.
Co-prosecutor, you said that Son Sen went to stay at Nhat Luang. Did you know what was the purpose for him to stay at Nhat Luang? The accused, I did not know. I did not really know. It was related to the military matters. Let me add to that. My superior left Phnom Penh to stay outside. Normally, I knew that he stayed at Nhat Luang, but the S21 documents and the confessions which were sent to Uncle Noon, I saw the notation of him until the 11th of November 77. So he still leads the work at S21. This is based on the surviving documents at S21. So I did not know how he managed his work. Co-prosecutor, yesterday you said occasionally Son Sen would telephone you. And during the time that he telephoned to you, what was the objectives of his telephoning? Did he tell you about any conflict with Vietnam during the time that he called you? The accused, Mr. Co-prosecutor, my superior rang me and asked me, importantly, on the follow-up of the work at S21. When my superior met me, he asked me about the work and to give instruction on the works regarding the matters at the battlefield or the political matters that would be presented for the annual session. So the meeting in such a way is to follow up on my work and to give instructions on my work regarding the Vietnam and Cambodia conflict or the Cambodia with any other countries such as Lai would be presented during the annual session, study session. Co-prosecutor, were you aware that the Vietnamese soldiers who were captured at the battlefield, where were they sent? The accused, I did not know. This is my frank answer. I didn't know how many people were smashed at the battlefield or how many were sent to me, and some might be sent to other locations. I was not sure. The co-prosecutor, the Vietnamese soldiers who were sent to S21, what were their conditions? The accused, I did not see them personally. Co-prosecutor, yesterday you told Judge Cartwright that your staff used to go and transport the Vietnamese prisoners on 2 occasions to Svay Rieng and to Kampong Cham. Those who went needed to receive your order and also with a travel permit. At that time, whom did you order to transport the Vietnamese soldiers who were captured? The accused, Mr. Co-Prosecutor. On this matter, I reported already to Judge Cartwright. Let me further add to that. However, it is the same wording. The special travel permits on the 2 special occasions were for traveling out of S21, and they were only on 2 occasions. And the directions to transport the Vietnamese soldiers, I was not sure whether it's on road number 7 or road number 1. I was not clear on that. But there were 2 special travel permits used. And for the remaining, we only waited to receive those soldiers from Comrade Lind. Co-prosecutor, my question is, whom did you order to go and transport those people? The accused. Once I receive such order, I would order Comrade Huy to implement it. And I never ordered directly to them. I only ordered Comrade Huy to order his subordinates. So I only made indirect order. The co-prosecutor. So it means you did not participate with Ho? The accused. Ho did not go. My order was indirect. So Ho might appointed or order Huy to go. Ho never dared to leave his place. The co-prosecutor, who authorized the special travel permit? The accused. For the special travel permit, I did not want to talk about the origin of the travel permit, but initially the travel permit was assigned to me. And when the operation was finished, I handed it back to Son Sen personally. But for the second time, it was a bit difficult. They organized, and almost it's time for the departure. Then I went to receive this special travel permit at the Preh Moni Vung before the 7-Up factory. When I returned, I telephoned immediately and asked Comrade Pond, the messenger, to receive the special travel permit back. So we dare not to keep the special travel permit longer at the S21 because there is one prohibition for this special travel permit. It means search was not allowed for the vehicle bearing the special permit. The co-prosecutor, can you recall on the 2 occasions that your staff went out to transport the Vietnamese soldiers, how many of them were transported back to S21? The accused, Mr. Co-Prosecutor, we did not go and make any arrest. We went to receive them, and they were already arrested, as I already informed Judge Cartwright yesterday. And I was not sure which direction we went to transport them, either to the border area or to Battambong. So I did not know where we used the special travel permits to go to. So I am not clear. And probably can be clarified when Comrade Huy comes to testify, co-prosecutor. So you are not sure on the number of prisoners that you received? The accused, for such detail, I cannot remember. Co-prosecutor, do you know why the special travel permit was stopped? For what reason? The accused, I was not sure of the reasons, but I can conclude that the special travel permits have a lot of authority because the vehicle bearing it were not allowed to search. So they did not trust the S-21 to hold the permit longer. Co-prosecutor, at that time, did you request to your superior for the issuance of the special travel permit? The accused, I cannot recall it. Co-prosecutor, can you recall which sections or units who sent the Vietnamese Vietnamese soldiers to S-21? The accused, it was Comrade Lin's group from the 870 unit. The prosecutor, in general, did you know how many days did they send the Vietnamese prisoners to S-21 after the 6th of January 78? It was irregular. It depends on the activities at the battlefield. How frequently was it? As the co-prosecutor, the accused, we might say, anyway, I cannot recall it. It could be in a week's time or in a fortnight, or the shortest is in 5 days. The co-prosecutor, can you recall when there was a transfer of the Vietnamese soldiers in large number, the prisoner of war? The accused, I cannot recall. Probably we can use the list as evidence. If you give me the evidence, probably I can add up which months that we receive those prisoner of war. Co-prosecutor, you said you taught the method of interrogation to your interrogators for the Vietnamese prisoners. How did you learn the method of such interrogation? Or from whom? The accused, the person whom I assigned to interrogate the Vietnamese prisoners was the person since I assigned since the establishment of S-21, that was Brother Mom Knight. There was no special training. Just sent the prisoners to him to interrogate, but he was taught the Vietnamese language with Pat Ha Chan, the co-prosecutor. Did you instruct your investigator to write the Vietnamese language and to tape the voice for radio broadcasting or to use during various other meetings? The accused, I did instruct the interrogator based on the instructions from the superior. Co-prosecutor, you said you selected Mom Knight to interrogate Vietnamese prisoners. What was the reason for such selection? The accused, first, his understanding is high, so his literature background is high. He got a certificate in his study, so it was better to use him than any other people. Co-prosecutor, yesterday you also told Judge Cartwright that at S-21 there were filmings. What was the filmings for? Is it for the degrading purpose or to put more burden or guilt on the Vietnamese prisoners? And who ordered such filming? The accused, Mr. Co-Prosecutor. The degrading or the promotion, it's hard for me to say, but let me describe how the filming was done. When the Vietnamese soldiers arrived in uniform, at the gate they took off their cap and posted in a salute gesture, and to pay respect to the Communist Party of Cambodia and to present their name, their rank, and that they invaded the Cambodian territory. This is how the filming was done at the location near my house, near Street 95. That was the filming done. And the filmmaker was Comrade Theng alias Pool, the nephew of Pol Pot, who went to study filming in China. And the person who took Comrade Theng to do the filming was Comrade Pong. So only when Comrade Pong bring him, then S21 would accept, otherwise S21 would not accept it. Although he was Theng, without the accompaniment of Pong, he would not be allowed to do the filming at S21. So some scenes were filmed at my house at Street 95, and then the filming also took place near the bushes, near the Mao Zedong Boulevard, and near the Mohammed Tray Street, to show that the Vietnamese soldiers raised their hands to defeat. Co-prosecutor, who ordered such filming? Can you tell us? The accused. It was Uncle Noon, but it was not his direct order. He must have received the order from Brother Paul. The co-prosecutor. In the D65 document, you acknowledge that there were confessions of Vietnamese female prisoners who were broadcast on the radio. What were the roles of the female prisoners, and what were the confessions of those female prisoners about? Can you recall? The accused. It was a Khmer prisoner who went to live in Vietnam and who can speak Vietnamese language. She was also implicated in espionage activity. So the filming, the taping was first to show that in Vietnam there was no food to eat, there was starvation, and the people there could sing about being in hunger. That's what I can recall, because it was quite strange to me that there was about a song in the confession. Co-prosecutor, were you aware that in general the confessions you received from the Vietnamese prisoners, were they all real? The accused. The confessions to be broadcasted on the radio were the one that we amended, that we checked, that we wanted them to be broadcasted. Was it true? Asked the co-prosecutor. It was what we wanted based on our objective. So that means they were forced to confess to the way that you wanted, as the co-prosecutor, the accused. If we wanted them to say that the Vietnamese soldiers were starved and did not have any food to eat, they had to say that in their confession. The co-prosecutor, in the Nayan Chanda's book, at page 287 in the Khmer language, it was written that on the 10th of May 1978, the Phnom Penh radio broadcasted a strange message appealing to kill the Vietnamese people and the eradication inside the DK military rank. What was done was only the statistics. Each combatant in our rank had to kill 30 Vietnamese people. Were you aware of that? The accused. each combatant had to kill 30 Vietnamese combatants, as the accused. One combatant had to kill 30 Vietnamese combatants. That was a quote from the Nayan Chanda's book, and this message was broadcasted by the Phnom Penh radio on the 10th of May, 76. Did you listen to that broadcast, or were you aware of that information, the accused? I did not, or I rarely listened to the radio. However, from my recollection, I was not sure whether this source was from the study session or not, that each combatant, if each combatant can kill 30 Vietnamese combatants, it is a great success. The co-prosecutor, Mr. President, if we look at the time, I think it's now time for the break, and I still have some more questions. Maybe it might take 10 minutes. Would you permit me to continue, or we need to adjourn? The President, Judge Cartwright, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to emphasize what the President said earlier about the need to confine the questions to those that are relevant to this topic. And I would like to say that I believe that many of the questions that have been asked just now have already been the subject of examination and that the accused has already answered them. So could I add my voice to the President's in asking that we confine the questions, please, so that there is no repetition or irrelevancy. Thank you.
Mr. President, now it is time for adjournment. The chamber will adjourn for lunch break, and we will resume at 1:30 this afternoon. Security officer, take the accused back to the waiting room and bring him back before 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. All the parties are reminded to return at the appropriate time.
It's the actual video clip itself showing the office, but bearing in mind the accused would like to hear the voiceover, I'm happy to read it out, or however it can be done.
Je crois qu'effectivement, le plus simple, ça serait que vous le lisiez.
Judge Lavian, I believe that the easiest thing would be for you to read it and then will be translated.
Add something to this. That was my only copy, so I would ask that I have that back so I can read it, Your Honours.
Je crois qu'on pourrait enlever maintenant.
Judge Laverne, I believe that we could remove what's on the screen because it is no longer of much use.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Ganguk, I'll just read out briefly the transcript that was the voiceover on that video clip you just saw. It states, POW Tran Van Tuong revealed the plans of the Communist Party of Vietnam was to set up puppet regimes at all levels in Kampuchea. From these confessions, it's evident that the Vietnamese aimed at forcing Kampuchea to join in an Indochina Federation dominated by, and that's where the English finished on the video. My question to you, is that video clip a clip of what you had just talked about earlier, the Vietnamese prisoners being forced to confess in your office at S21?
The accused. Mr. President, let me give my observation to this film. In general, it is acceptable. However, the confession at the time, I don't think they were allowed to say that much. They would stand up and salute and give their name, their age, when they joined the army and their ranks, and then they were sent to fight. And their hand was still up there in a salute gesture. If they spoke for long, then it means they would use the tape from the confession. It is not the actual pure filming produced by the S21. So this is my observation of the film.
Thank you. So just to be clear, are you saying that film wasn't taken in your office, it was another one?
The accused, thank you for your clarification. My workplace is at street number 95, and where Brother Momnai interrogated the Vietnamese prisoners were to the west. So the Vietnamese prisoner interrogation place was at a different location, and the tape for radio broadcast was at another location, and the filming was shot with the hand raised in the salute gesture. So that was in general the view that I can accept it.
All right, but do you recognize your office? Was that your office or not?
The accused. I could not remember the tile on the floor, but the background where the Vietnamese soldier salute, it was a symbol of the democratic Cambodia, and the image was unclear. However, let me accept that this is my workplace because I cannot remember the color of the floor. I briefly saw the symbol of the DK on the background, and the uniform is also vague, but it was in a similar form. But I think the confession is too long. It's not the one that was made before me.
Thank you. Just perhaps a last couple of questions, and it's just in relation to your memory. Would it be fair to say that it's been difficult for you to remember a number of aspects of your knowledge of the armed conflict in court today because of the years that have passed?
The accused, it's partly correct. And the other part is that I knew very little about it, as I have said earlier and informed Your Honors. I knew very little.
Thank Your Honours. I have no further questions.
The President, next we would like to give the floor to the civil party lawyers. Starting from civil party lawyers group 4 first. The floor is yours. Mr. Hong Kum Thun. Thank you, Mr. President, Your Honours, and the court. I have very few questions concerning the armed conflict. Today, I have heard that Mr. Kang Gek Eo, alias Dutch, mentioning about the release of the hostages or the resistance movement of Full Row, and he said that if time allowed, then he would describe further concerning that those people. So my question is, did the S-21 only release the Full Row people? No other people. So you said that the Vietnamese soldiers or the Vietnamese spies were arrested and sent to S-21. I may ask you, for example, during the conflicts, whether it is a small or big conflict between Cambodia and Vietnam, and after the 17th of April 1975, did you know or had you heard anything about those conflicts across the border between Cambodia and Vietnam? The accused. I would like to state that this morning we have seen the documents that 25 people were sent from Saang. The President interrupts. The accused should not respond to these questions, and you already answered, so the lawyer is advised to ask another question. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking here whether he knows for sure about the declaration of the war started back then. Regarding the transferring of the prisoner of war or spies that we are now discussing, just now the co-prosecutor put questions concerning Son Sen, who left for the battlefield, and that we also saw the video footage. So my question is, have you ever stated before the military court I would like to now refer it to document with ER number 003 208 08. Document E52/4.41. At that time, Mr. Kasawut was in attendance. It was the interview dated on the 5th of June 2002. With your leave, I would like Your Honor to instruct the greffier to read the page as I mentioned with ERN 00320808 in Khmer. I don't think I have the French or English version of the document. I would like Mr. Kang Kek Il to also respond to my question regarding this point. I would like to start from letter response. The President, the lawyer, could you please be precise from which part of the page would you like the greffier to read out? Mr. Hong Kum Soon, Your Honor, the President, actually here there is no page reference, but there is an ERN number in Khmer with ERN 00320808. And document E52/4.41. President, so you would like the whole part starting with response to be read out entirely? Is that correct? The President, if we counting from the last row to the top, it is on line number 9 downwards. So I would like not to read it myself. I would like the President to instruct the greffier to read it out so that it can be heard publicly. Mr. President, Mrs. Saikolbati, have you located the document and ready to read out as requested? For me, I am in charge to sign not to interrogate any prisoner and to prepare documents of the prisoner so that it could be sent to the higher level for livelihood meeting. I have been very busy reading my own prisoners. When the cadres were arrested, I became the secretary of the Northwest Zone. Northeast, correction. So Nuon Chia was the secretary and I was with Son Sen. I received order in 2 ways. First, I received order through telephone. Number 2, he was calling me to work with him. And later on, I worked with Nuon Chia. He never phoned me to work with him once after 2 or 3 days. I would like to also point out that Bernard was a chairman. The person named Chum Som Auk, alias Pang, and Comrade Lin. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, I think that's enough. Mr. Hong Kum Soon, could Mr. Kang Kek Il clarify to the court concerning the departure of Son Sen to the battlefield? And in the document, you said you was very close with him. So regarding the statement, the passage actually read out by the greffier, what do you mean by way of having been close with Son Sen, although when he went to the battlefield? The accused, I think the reading of the passage is rather uneasy. I would like Mr. Kumsun to read it instead of the greffier. I think I have not yet located the document. Mr. President, could you please arrange the document to be delivered to the accused, and I will read out this.
จุดเจ้า
I am now reading the passage according to the request made by the accused. Page number 2. It reads.
យើងរាប់បន្ទាត់ទី9នៃទំព័រទី2ពីក្រោមឡើងលើវិញត្រង់ចំណុចថាចំណែកខ្ញុំ
For me, I am in charge of managing the prisoners to be interrogated and prepare documents for the prisoners and make sure they were sent to the higher level during the livelihood meetings.
ក្នុងគណៈដឹកនាំអប់រំវគ្គតាមការ
In conducting the training session,
តែរវល់បំផុតសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំ
however, I had been busy reading my own prisoners' confessions. When all the cadres had been arrested, I became the secretary of the Northeast Zone. At that time, the chief of S21 was Nuon Chia himself. I was with Son Sen. I received the order in two ways. First, I got the phone calls. Number 2, he called me to work with him directly. And later on, I worked with Nuon Chia. I would like to end it now. The accused, which part would you like me to clarify? Mr. Hong Kim Soon, what I have read has connection to what you stated about this situation during the war between Democratic Cambodia and Vietnam when Son Sen left for the battlefield. I don't know when the document dated, but it stated about when you worked with Son Sen or lived with Son Sen, and that you said after all cadres were arrested, you became the secretary of the Northeast Zone, the accused. I think this document derives too far from the truth. How could I become the secretary of the Northeast Zone? Uncle Nuon, of course, was the secretary of Northeast. And Brother Wee was the deputy secretary. I think the recording, part of the wordings might have missed out. Because Uncle Nuon became the secretary of the Northeast Zone when Ya was arrested. And number 2, I think it is not strange that I worked with Son Sen and received orders, and I was under his control and directed by him, assigned any works by him almost every evening through the telephone communication from him. And I also worked with him when he wanted to work with him personally. But for Uncle Nuon, he did not call me, but he asked Comrade Pang to contact me. So this is the truth. And Son Sen went to the battlefield, which was very needed at the battlefield, that he had to go. I probably made it less clear when I said that there would have been severe wars. That's why Son Sen left. But on the 11th, in 1977, Mr. Hong Kam Soon interrupts. What I'm talking about here is more about to work closely with Son Sen. Do I understand you correctly that you work closely with Son Sen at that time? The accused. I never lived with my superior in his home. To say that I worked directly with him here means that I was under his direct control and supervision according to Article 8 of the statute of the CPK. Thank you, said Mr. Kum Soon. The next question. You said you truly was aware of the event in 1978, on the 6th of January 1978. My question is, you mentioned about the conflicts in the document of Mr. Nayan Chanda. Did you know that after Vietnam liberated South Vietnam, 2 weeks after the liberation of South Vietnam, the Khmer Rouge troops captured or went to Koh Tral, Phu Quoc in Vietnamese. And you also mentioned about the capture of the Mayagay ship. So do you know more about this? The accused, I'm sorry, Mr. Kum Soon, I have no idea about it because I was not at work. I was waiting for some information from my superior. That's why the communication was lost at that time. Mr. Kum Soon, thank you. I would like to go back a little bit to the resistance movement when you mentioned about the release of the prisoner of war who were sent and arrested and sent to S21. I'm not quite sure. You said that the Pol Pot never used his rights to release anyone sent to S21, but this morning you said, you mentioned about the release of Phu Ro, whom Pol Pot believed were friends. So did Pol Pot exercise his right to release the foreigners or what? The accused. Thank you, Mr. Hong Kam Soon, for seeking clarification. Now we have to understand about the CPK policy and line, because the political line of the CPK is that enemy had to be smashed regardless of prisoners of war, intellectuals, whoever it was. When anyone was regarded as enemy, then he would be smashed. So he could not exercise this right to release any enemy. So in Khmer, as you know the expression that when we are drowning, so when anyone who was regarded as an enemy previously, he turned to treat them as friends. So it is in time that the Phu Ro people were later on regarded as enemy, as friends. So when they were regarded as enemies, they would not have been released, only when they became friends. Mr. Kam Soon, thank you. I have another question, and this question is related to the question made put to you by the co-prosecutor. You said you have just learned about the human rights law or conventions when you were called, interviewed by the co-investigating judges. I would like to also know when you attended study session or in the session in which presentations were presented at the standing committee, for example, and that there had been the sessions about the signature or the signing on the laws, international laws, human rights laws with other international community. Were you aware of those signatures? The accused, I would like to confirm that I never attended any session at the standing committee level. However, the person who came to present parties' documents to us was people from the standing committee. He was Son Sen, of course. I never attended such session as Sumate or Brother Mut. I studied among with my comrades, the medium level comrades under Son Sen's session chaired by Son Sen. Don't promote my status to be the standing committee. And the material introduced was not part of the foreign-owned documents because it would be viewed as the capitalist or imperialist kind of documents. You can refer to other document 0078056. So there are 396 pages concerning the laws presented to us by the CPK. There was no mentioning about any signatures on the international rights because Pol Pot regarded those laws as the capitalist laws.
Hong Kong soon, thank you. My question now relates, as raised by the co-prosecutor, the invasion by the Vietnamese soldiers in a large scale, the second time. As for you yourself, that you have reported to the chamber about the indirect order to your staff or your subordinates to transport the prisoner of war who were the Vietnamese soldiers. My question is, when you received those prisoners and the list of the prisoners including the Indians, the Laotians, nationals, what were they involved in any conflicts or in any armed conflict when they were sent? The accused, Mr. President, on this matter, it is outside the armed conflict between the Cambodian and Vietnam. Hong Kong soon, thank you. You told the chamber previously regarding the conflict between Pol Pot and Lê Yun. And my question to you is, let me first state that this is about fighting back and forth, to simply put it that way. So what you knew about the conflict, did it happen after the 17th April, or did it happen long time ago, as you talked about the event in 1973? So the armed conflict, although it does not fall within the jurisdiction of 1975, was the conflicts interrelated? That is, did it happen before the 17th April 75, or it falls within this period until the 6th of January 79, the jurisdiction? The accused. The parties, the theory of the Marxism-Leninism is that it distinguishes between the peace and war. During the peacetime, Cambodia and Vietnam had a conflict. As I already said, it started from 1954. Le Yun still boasted himself as the father of the Indochina, and his plan as the father of the Indochina raised this political conflict, and it kept continuing. And I believed within the political conflict between these two individuals with two separate parties with their own soldiers, then they would try to defeat one another. It's unavoidable. If they couldn't be defeated with one kick, then probably just one hit would defeat another one. So I can say these two communist parties did not have the same goal, and the conflicts arose politically from these two. So the previous conflict was a political conflict which encapsulated all the events, and after the 6th January, the war became more apparent, and that it means they could not negotiate because of the intensification of the war. So I did not pay much attention to that. I just strived my hell to accomplish my work. So on one side we talk about the view, on the other side we talk about the daily operation. Because every few days or 1 week I was asked to be followed on the work progress at my office. The President, the chamber will adjourn for half an hour, as we have certain issues to be discussed regarding the scheduling of the hearing. We will resume at 3:20.